Good to go.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. In accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. Before I continue with my opening remarks, I'm going to make some introductions. First of all, our panel on my far left is Ms. Natalia Popovic. On my near left is Mr. Stan Komorek. On my near right is Ms. Sophia Ruddick. And on my far right is Mr. Alex Adams. My name's Donald Taylor, and I'll be chairing the meeting today. I'd also like to introduce to you on the far left end of this desk is our Deputy Secretary Treasurer, Ms. Barbara Bartosik. And in front of the panel is Barbara's support staff. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge that the land we're meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are conducted in a hybrid, in-person, and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an electronic online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone, and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute your devices until you're called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Our hearing procedure today is that I will call each item in the order listed on the agenda, with the exception of cases where the applicant has requested deferral, in which case we'll dispense with those up front and then return to the numbered agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with a presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are reaching the 5 minutes. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of this hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application, if substantially revised, to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals, either in support or opposed to the application, will be invited to speak. Generally, we call on speakers in the hearing room first, and then those participating through WebEx. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have finished their presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Before hearing our first item today, we require confirmation of the minutes of the last meeting, which was held on July 16th.
Mr. Chair, I'll move the adoption of the July 16th minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Komorik. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. All in favor? The minutes of the meeting held July 16th have been adopted. I'm going to ask firstly of the panel, are there any items where you need to declare an interest for any items in this time slot? None? And I ask the same question of staff? No. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
We have two, Mr. Chair, for the morning session, item 15 and item 18.
Okay, thank you. So we'll deal with those momentarily. And Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do we have any files to close today?
None today.
Thank you. Okay, so we will deal firstly with the two situations where the agent or applicant has requested deferral, starting with item 15, 1785 KEELE Street. And I will ask to speak to the agent, Amber Stewart. Oh, who's in person? Hello.
It's not on. There we go.
Hi.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. How are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
And your address?
Oh, my address, sorry. 62 Sunvale Drive, Toronto, Ontario, M9R1Z3.
Perfect.
And it is Amber Stewart. I'm counsel for the owner. You will see that this is a request. It's been characterized by our planner, Mr. Chan, as an automatic deferral request. So on July 21st, so really just last week, we received a new zoning notice from the examiner that identified two I'll call them technical, but still nonetheless 2 new variances to permit the existing lot frontage and lot area. So as a result, there was no circulation of those 2 requested variances in the public hearing notice. So we are requesting deferral so that they can be recirculated, and we'll address everything in entirety.
Thank you very much. Panel, any questions for Ms. Stewart? And Thomas, I don't believe there's anyone registered to speak to this item.
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so then let's go into committee for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I will move to defer this matter on the basis of the submissions made.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. Is there a seconder for Ms. Popovic's motion?
Sure, I can second that.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. All in favor? Item 15 has been deferred.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for attending today.
I'll be back again later. You'll see.
I know you will.
Okay.
Look forward to it. The next item where the agent or applicant has requested deferral is item number 18, 3 Fifth Street. And I see that we do have some registered speakers on this one, so I'll be calling on those people momentarily to comment on their views on the deferral request. But firstly, the agent is Akshay Raj, who's participating virtually, I understand.
Hello, everyone. This is Akshay.
Hello. So could you just repeat your name, give us your address, and tell us why you want this item deferred today?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Akshay Raj, and the address that we are requesting the Committee of Adjustment Variances and the deferral is for 3 Fifth Street, Etobicoke.
What's your address? What's your address, though?
Our address is 2355 Derry Road East.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, go on.
Yeah, so the reason that we are requesting for a deferral, so we are proposing a garden suite on this property, and we understand that the planning has certain concerns regarding our proposal, and just so that it doesn't go into a refusal state, we would like to discuss this further with planning to revise our drawings and comply with the planning conditions, and then come back to variance with the minimum requirements so that it can be approved. That's the reason we want to discuss with planning first and take their opinion on it on what can be advisable, and we can make the changes accordingly and then come back for variance. That's the reason we are requesting for a deferral on this.
Okay, thank you. Panel, any questions? Nope. Okay, now I see we have a Ralph Wickel and a Catherine Highland, both of 57 Lakeshore Drive. We limit participation to one person in the case where they share an address. So
So is there a Ralph Wickel in Chambers? So, okay, and we don't have a Catherine online as well.
right, who has the same address as Mr. Wickel.
That's correct.
So are either available here or?
No, I was just say to proceed. It's a deferral, so it should be okay.
Okay. So then let's go into committee for a motion.
I'll make that motion to defer this matter on the basis of the applicant's request and to allow for further discussions with community planning.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms. Reddick. All in favor? Okay, item 18 is deferred.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, sir. So now we can go back to the, oh, I just got a scary window here. Join a meeting. Do I join the meeting?
He's not on it.
Meeting number or link? I have no idea.
He got kicked out.
Don, have you tried the email they sent today? Join through that?
Yeah, it's in Edge. Here. Sit down.
Should be in. Thomas.
Good? Yeah. Sorry about that, folks. As I always say, technology is great until it isn't. So, as I was saying, we're now going to deal with item 1.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, we just lost you again.
No, the app. Just from the browser. It won't.
So I'm just gonna take this time. There's a user just named Mark. I'm not sure if it's the same Mark, so I'm just gonna unmute you. A user Mark? Are you Mark Champagne?
Yes.
Okay, so you just have to. So I'll just click the other one or whichever works.
Where's the email that you received? It's in the Google Chrome.
Okay. I want to try something different. I want to go directly from Chrome. I know that that's purple. I got them on, but I had to use Chrome. Okay. So let's see.
Yeah, I started using Chrome. Exactly. There we are.
So just I muted your mic.
Again, my apologies. So, item 1, 1254 Jane Street. Purpose is to construct a third-story addition above the existing two-story mixed-use building. A total of 2 dwelling units and 1 commercial space is proposed. A laneway suite is proposed at the rear of the property. We have no agency or city department comments on this application, and we have 3 letters of support. I think it might be helpful to us to have, there are quite a few variances here. It might be useful for us to hear from the agent by way of a presentation. So that would be Brad Tapson. Mr. Tapson?
morning.
Good morning. Yeah, hi, if you could just repeat your name, give us your address, and make a brief presentation on what you're proposing here.
Just before we start, it looks like you're off again. Stan, do you think you could just move your laptop so that Don is kind of in the view with you? And then he can still use his microphone. Is that awkward?
Hey.
Well, you still want to be in the frame. No, come closer.
Okay.
I got my notes.
I'm up, but you're not. What's up?
You're there.
Okay. All right. Mr. Tapson?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, my name is Brad Tapson. My address is 107 Hamilton Street in Toronto. I'm the agent for the property owners at 1254 Jane Street. As you mentioned, the project is sort of in two parts, one being the additions and renovations to the existing mixed-use residential commercial building to add a second dwelling unit, and then the second part being to construct a new laneway suite. So there are 7 variances in total, I believe. The first
Eight.
5 of them.
There are 8 variances. Yeah.
Oh, yep, there are. Sorry, the first 5 of the variances are generally triggered by the fact that this is an existing non-conforming use. This building sits directly adjacent to the commercial residential zone, but it is in the residential, the RM zone. If you look at the photo, the existing conditions in the explanatory materials document, you can see that the building type is clearly mixed use. It's in between a 7-Eleven and a bunch of houses, but has always been sort of a storefront with an apartment above. The first 5 variances exist because of this sort of straddling the zones and existing non-conforming use. With regards to variance number 1, it's just relating to the existing non-conforming condition. Variance number 2, 2 residential dwelling units only permitted in a duplex. Duplexes are permitted in the RM zone, and multiple dwelling units are permitted in a mixed-use building in the CR zone. But because this building is sort of in between the two, it's triggered. Similarly, the maximum permitted floor space index, if we were defining it as a duplex in the RM zone, the FSI wouldn't apply. If it was defined under the CR zone, we would be under the permitted FSI for both uses. Minimum of 1 parking space, item number 4, for visitor parking. We are providing 2 parking spaces in the laneway suite garage with potential access for a 3rd in the rear yard. There's also a public parking lot just south of the site, and 2 major TTC routes, including 24-hour service on Jane Street and Weston Road. The commercial use currently in the building is not one that attracts a lot of visitors, but understandably, it is still a requirement. But we think that the access provided is sufficient. In terms of item number 5, we have added bicycle spaces to hopefully address this variance. So we're showing 2 bicycle parking spaces in the rear yard and then 2 in the garage and the laneway suite as well. So 1 short-term and 1 long-term for the main building, and then 1 of each for the laneway suite requirements as well. Looking to the variances for the laneway suite itself, permitted coverage 30%. We are proposing 33.66%. Similarly, the length is just over 10 meters, it's 10.69. A lot of the drivers for the design of this laneway suite revolve around accessibility for the homeowner's mother, who is going to be the primary resident. So addressing concerns about making sure that vehicle access inside the garage is sufficient for wheelchair access, providing a lift and stairs and circulation corridors that are sized appropriately for that accessibility to be maintained throughout. providing 2 bedrooms with enough room for circulation and turning radius, providing a fully accessible washroom upstairs, all of those things. So those variances, I think, are generally triggered by that. The building length, we've taken the sort of the laneway face of the second floor and twisted it to align with the property line along the lane. Kind of an aesthetic feature, but also generally just giving a little bit more space upstairs in the living quarters. And then the final variance related to the height. We have provided a sort of extra high ground level, again, to provide access for the vehicles that are required there. I think they have a trailer that needs to fit into the garage, so we provided a little bit of extra height there and have tried to maintain that as low
Mr.
profile
Tapson, you have 20 seconds to wrap up.
Yep. That I think is about it, actually. So we do think that these variances are minor, that they are in keeping with the character of the neighborhood, and we are welcome to accept any questions or comments.
Thank you, Mr. Tapson. Panel, any questions or comments for Mr. Tapson?
Oh,
Can I proceed, or do I need to be seen?
I'll get you back in a second.
There you go. Okay, thank you. All right. So there are no questions, there are no comments. I don't believe we have anyone registered to speak. Is there anyone in the hearing room that came to speak to 1254 Jane Street? No? Okay. So let's go into committee then for a motion.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm very familiar with that area. I like this application. I believe it meets the 4 tests. Given that it's a legal non-conforming use, I think it makes sense. It's a logical expansion of that use, and I think it's desirable for that neighborhood, and I'd like to move approval with no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Kamork. Is there a seconder for Mr. Kamork's motion?
Sure, I can second that one.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. All in favor? That's approved unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Tapson.
Thank you very much.
We'll now move on to item 2, 53 Farnsworth Drive. Purpose of the application is to construct a second-story addition above the existing dwelling, a 2-story front addition, a 2-story south side addition that will include a new attached garage. The existing detached garage will be demolished. There are 4 variances. We have, the only item we have on file is a community planning condition. Panel, are we agreeable to treat this as straightforward, not requiring a presentation? Okay, we're good. Alrighty, so we'll just speak with the agent first. Danielle Orsini.
Yeah, here speaking.
Hi.
Hi, Daniel Orsini, Cartwright Designs, 58 Rosemount Avenue, Unit 10, Toronto, Ontario.
Okay.
983V3.
Thank you. We find your application quite clear and straightforward. We do not require a presentation. Would you be okay with proceeding that way and being open to answering any questions if we have any?
Sure, yeah, we're fine with that, yeah.
Okay. So, panel, are there any questions? Okay, then let's go into committee for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'll bring a motion to approve this application. I believe it is consistent with the 4 tests, and there is 1 condition by community planning tying the development to the site plan drawing through 2026.
And just before I invite a seconder, Mr. Orsini, are you aware of the planning condition and are you agreeable with it?
The condition just came to mind now. Where is it just a recent condition that was stated, or?
Well, yeah,
July 20.
it came in additional information. Would it help if I read it out to you?
It really relates to side yard setback. Sorry.
Okay, if you can
Okay.
read the condition,
Yeah,
that'd be great.
I'm going to. The proposed development shall be constructed as illustrated on the site plan SP1 drawing submitted on June 30th, 2026, and held on file by the Committee of Adjustment as it relates to the south side yard setback.
That's fine, yeah. No problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alrighty, so we have a motion. I need a seconder.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Comoric. All in favor? That's approved unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Orsini.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
We'll now move on to item 3. 360 Evans Avenue. Purpose is to permit an amusement arcade within a portion of the existing building. There's one variance. We had 5 letters of opposition. And I got a note here somewhere that this application is subject to an active Ontario Land Tribunal appeal. So maybe we could invite the agent Abhishek Rajgor to, it's pretty straightforward what's proposed here, but I'd just like some commentary from the agent on the OLT appeal.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Abhishek Rajgor from MEM Engineering at 2355 Derry Road East, Mississauga. I'm here before you for the application at 360 Evans Avenue for the single variance to allow the amusement arcade within the portion of the building. And regarding the application for the OLT, just for context, so this unit that's coming in is called Glow Zone. They are the tenants, will be the future tenants over here, and we believe the OLT application is unrelated to the Glow Zone or the amusement arcade, but it's something to do related to the landlord's application to maybe for a future expansion or some other rezoning. So we are not fully aware of the OLT matter, and it's not tied in with this. So for context, when we started this process, the tenants are a small business. They have one location in Brampton, one location in Mississauga for over 10 years. This would be their third and the first location in city of Toronto. So we thought the approval was extremely seamless because the next door neighbors are operating as the bingo or the arcade machines. So we thought, okay, this is going to be very easy to go. However, upon inquiry, we found out that the zoning staff was of the opinion that even in 2021, the bingo got approval, but in their wording, they did not include amusement arcade. They just wrote permit bingo hall. So they said you need to go again to the committee. So we did try to make them understand that it is almost similar nature of the use. And even in 2021, the approval did mention 360 Evans as a whole property, not any specific unit. But still we are here before you just to seek relief for this wording, that this will be an amusement arcade, so Glow Zone has mostly their business model has mini golf, laser tag, and then the arcade games. So these are the only 3 items that they do. And I mean, in the high, like in an initial nutshell, we just thought that, okay, we will never have a problem here. But due to this wording, we were supposed to be requesting a variance. And as we speak, 2 weeks ago, we also submitted a full building permit application. City fees of about $25,000 have already been paid by the tenants. HVAC plumbing permits are also ready for issuance. So like it's much faster than we thought. That's mainly our position. And we also were able to see some objection letter, and then I did speak out to the Glow Zone owners. They also were reading through. They said most of the letters seem that they have been almost like same kind of copy paste. So we were also surprised. So they did reach out to somebody they knew in the area, residents. They quickly gathered some support as well, but we were late. So we submitted that to Adam which he said, like, unfortunately, they cannot add to the file. But there is some support as well because Glowzone has a proven track record. They have been very much supportive of the community. So many young families, they rely on, this small milestones, big milestones. They come to these facilities. And it's a very, very nice family-oriented business. It's going to obviously bring in more jobs into this particular neighborhood. It's a commercial area. There's not really an impact to the nearby residents directly. And we also noticed some of these objections are like from 8 kilometers, 7 kilometers away residents. So it's not like it's, I mean, that was a bit of a little disappointment that we got some objection there. However, in terms of security, AGCO also is very strict. They do restrict and, strong identity checks are provided. So we don't think that there is going to be an issue of, people going unauthorized access to the neighbor's unit. So then everybody has their dedicated parking spots. If you see the building, I mean, I'm sure a lot of you would have seen as you drive through Gardiner Expressway. It's very nicely landscaped and dedicated parking spots are provided. So it's a nice plaza, nice building that is maintained. So we think that it's like a negative impact is very, very unlikely here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rajgor. Panel, any questions for?
Yes, if I may. Okay, Mr. Applicant, who is Glowzone's landlord?
The owner, the bingo.
The Delta Bingo?
Yes.
Okay, so they didn't inform you that your use may not be permitted?
At the beginning, no. Because it was usually the due diligence lies with the tenant.
Okay, I mean, the Delta Bingo was here before us a couple of years ago to get permission to operate there because they're not, they can't operate there as of right. And the rezoning application is to ask for a change from an employment to a mixed use. And you're not aware of any of that?
So unfortunately, no, we are not aware of the Delta Bingo's long-term process on this project. However, we are only we were only going in for this unit. And one more interesting thing happened here was when the tenant had emailed to the city for a PPR review. In the beginning, by error, examiners sent that, oh, you are allowed because this is a recreation use, which in reality looks like a recreation. But then something happened and they said, no, sorry. When we go in detail and read the definition, because you have arcade machine.
Yeah, arcade is not an arcade use is not a recreational use. But anyway, I want to come back to my line of questions. Are you sharing parking with Delta Bingo?
No, there will be separate parking provided for the Glowzone.
How many parking spaces?
I'm just going to pull up the spot here.
Because the Delta Bingo, one of the variances that they sought was a variance from the parking requirement. So I'm trying to understand how you now feel there's sufficient parking for both uses. Was any parking demand study done?
So unfortunately, not at the moment because as we speak, I think the zoning, the building permit application has been submitted, but we haven't received a full comprehensive zoning review. So maybe your point is extremely valid that maybe a parking
So you haven't
requirement,
received a zoning review, but you're coming here for a variance?
because we received the
Does that even
PPR
make
notice,
sense?
because we received the PPR notice in which it did mention the use is in contention because of the wording. And we even spoke to the community planning at that time to understand, and they were also trying to figure out that if it was approved 2021, it is actually they are also using the machines, arcade machines. So it's almost the similar nature, even though they are different, meant for different age groups.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Have you read the July 22 planning report?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we have reviewed the report.
So you'll see that city planning is making the case that this is not a core employment use. One of the tests that we have to evaluate this application against is whether this meets the intent of the official plan, and the official plan says this is a core employment area. So can you comment on that? Can you comment on if you believe this is a core employment use, or how that fits into the official plan, into the intent of the official plan?
Thank you. Thank you, committee member. Through you, Mr. Chair, we do understand this, and this is in the beginning, we had tried so much to explain to the zoning examiner, to the city official who we were speaking, that please do not, this is something that we feel we should not be before the committee, because it would be so hard for everyone to word this, because exactly in 2021, this same thing has got approved.
So now
But because it does not include the word amusement arcade, that means this future tenant has to now pay the price for it. Whereas in reality, it's full of machines. So when we read the definition of amusement arcade, does say that anything that machine for the benefit or the gain that qualifies under that. So that already operating unit does fall under amusement arcade. We're just not sure why it wasn't worded like that in 2021. And because of that, this tenant was made to come here. So we had requested this back then that please do not make us do this process, because we feel the approval for the use was already granted. But unfortunately, they said, no, this is how it's going to be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rajgor. Any other questions or comments, panel?
So, Mr. Chair, we do have additional 2 online participants. I can connect them now.
Okay.
Okay, and just to clarify what the agent said, their previous application did not include an arcade. Their application form only mentioned a bingo hall. So I don't know why he's saying it was missed.
If I can answer, sir.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
mean, it's if anyone would walk into any hall in anywhere in Ontario, you could it's a world of machines, the world of arcade machines. So it's not a hall.
That doesn't mean it's an amusement. Yeah, the bingo halls have machines. So do casinos. That doesn't mean they're amusement halls.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm going to connect our first participant. So that's Ryan V. So Ryan, just make sure to say your address and full name, please. Ryan? Okay, I'm just going to move to the next participant. I've mic checked you 3 times now, so. Mark? Mark Champagne, can you hear us? Again, Mark. So let me just... Oh, wait, Mark, can you hear us? I saw, oh, there we go. Hello? Mark, can you hear us? They seem to be having some technical, I did check in Mark, he was available. So let me try one more time. Mark, can you hear us? Try the other Mark. Mark? Okay, now let me try Ryan one more time. Ryan? I tried.
I think we'll have to proceed without hearing from either Mark. Good, thank you. Okay, so I think we can now go into committee for some discussion if we need it, and ultimately a motion. So discussion.
Mr. Chair, my only comment is that this application was subject to a rezoning application, which then became an OLT hearing because the city did not act on it in a timely manner. We've got a situation where the current owner is trying to have this site rezoned. I think to add an additional non-conforming use at this point is an absorption of that process. And I don't feel comfortable doing that.
I would agree with your thoughts, Mr. Kamork. Anybody else want to weigh in?
Yeah, I'll just add that, again, one of the tests we have is, does this meet the intent of the official plan? And the core employment area policies are pretty clear that if it could disrupt industrial operations, it's not permitted. So I have a problem in that area too.
Yeah, I would add to that in that, I mean, Delta Bingo application was allowed as a hardship issue before because they were being dislocated from where they were. So we sort of felt that, you know, it was appropriate to grant them that exception, but they are now seeking tenants and trying to expand their use well beyond what their exception was originally allowed to. So I feel bad for the applicant because it sounds like the landlord wasn't forthright with their information up front, but I still feel it's an inappropriate process for this application to be here today at the committee.
I know too that the several opposition letters noting the concern with having a facility that's going to attract youth right next to a gambling facility for adults, and I share that concern as well. And I don't think it's a desirable development for the property.
Quite frankly, that doesn't concern me. Youth have the potential for having gambling devices on their phones right now, but I'm more concerned about the process that's not being followed here. So
yeah, I still think seeing a group full of adults gambling is not as equivalent to, you know, gambling on your phone. So I share the concern.
Okay, we ready for a
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
Motion. While I'm very sympathetic to the applicant in the scenario, I don't believe that this meets the 4 tests. To move a motion to reject.
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Thank you, Mr. Kamork. All in favor? That's, the application has been refused by a unanimous vote. Thank you, Mr. Rajgor. Can now move on to item 4, 107 Riverwood Parkway. Purpose of this application is to construct a 2nd-story addition above the existing dwelling, a partial 3rd-story addition, a rear ground floor deck, and a 2nd-story platform. A previous Committee of Adjustment application approved variances related to gross floor area and side yard setback. There are 5 variances. We have a Ravine and Natural Features Protection Condition 1, and TRCA is okay with the application, but they do point out that a permit revision process must be initiated. Is this sufficiently straightforward, panel, to proceed without a presentation? Okay, let's get Michael Barton, the agent.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, we do have one area resident. I'm not sure if they're here for our support or opposition, but we do have one.
Well, yeah, okay, well, let's maybe there will be a presentation then. Let's just check on the it's Brian Burkett?
So I connected the agent, and Brian is online.
Okay, so then I think we need a presentation then. Mr. Barton?
Good morning. This is Michael Barton. I am the agent. My address is 1489 Abbeywood Drive in Oakville.
Okay, yeah, in light of the fact that we have a registered speaker, we don't know if it's in favor or in opposition, but I think a brief presentation from you would be helpful.
Absolutely. So, yeah, so this is the reason that we're here. There were some modifications to the proposal that came forward previously for the minor variances that you flagged. So again, it was some updates to those variances and then some additional variances. So this is an existing single detached dwelling, 1 story. The proposal is to add a second story with a loft and then a ground floor terrace at the rear. The front wall's not going to change. The rear wall, the main rear wall also is not changing. The additional depth of the building is related to that ground floor terrace, and that predominantly drives the lot coverage that is there as well. Is that ground floor terrace at the rear. So in terms of the neighborhood itself, we've designed this. It's a mix of 1 and 2 story dwellings as it provided in the neighborhood, a mix of lot sizes. So really there is a character that's there that tried to match that character. For the most part, the dwelling sits within the existing footprint, with most of the floor area being provided through the second story and the loft. So that was a key component, was any extension into the rear yard. That's why TRCA had provided the comments and reviewed the revision. So again, there's no change to the front yard setback and the relationship to the neighboring dwellings to the north and south, as well as the public realm. You mentioned the variances that are required are to height, floor area, the floor space index, lot coverage, and then the area of a platform at the rear of the second story. So there's going to be no change in terms of the orientation of the dwelling to the neighboring dwellings and to the public realm along Riverwood Parkway. As I mentioned, the main rear wall has the same rear yard setback, with the additional footprint being for the proposed ground level terrace. The lot coverage increase is located in the rear yard, and that's associated with that ground floor terrace as opposed to enclosed building floor area. The height typically in this area for this zone is 10 meters. There's the overlay, which brings it to 9.5. So that's why we're seeking the additional 0.41 meters of height. Overall, the scale and massing and density is consistent with other dwellings that we see in this broader neighborhood. Even with the additional floor area and lot coverage, we're still able to meet the required front and rear yard setbacks and provide an appropriate amount of open space. And again, TRCA was able to confirm that rear yard was appropriate. In terms of the design, there's a limited number of windows provided on both the north and south side walls. That's to help mitigate any privacy and overlook impacts to adjacent dwellings. The roof design has also been designed to taper in height, scale, and massing towards the side yards. So that maximum height requested is only for a very limited portion of the overall dwelling footprint, with the majority being less than the 9.5 meter. The altered dwelling has also been designed and oriented towards the rear yard. So we have that the open space and natural area to the rear. So by designing the dwelling oriented towards the rear, there's no sensitive areas in terms of privacy overlook in that location. Similar, that's the same with the rear yard platform. It's for the most part oriented towards and overlooking the rear yard and that adjacent open space. So my opinion is that the tests of planning are met in terms of meeting the general intent of the official plan. The house has been designed to fit in with the existing height, density, scale, and massing of the surrounding neighborhood context, and the balances that update to the dwelling with that existing character. In terms of the zoning bylaw, The regulations that we're seeking variances to generally speak to mitigating adverse impacts associated with height, massing, scale, overwhelming the public realm or neighboring properties. So as I mentioned, for the most part, the height is below the minimum or the maximum requirement, with just that peak being above. And then the floor area and lot coverage are allowing for appropriate amounts of open space and setbacks. So my opinion is that the variances are minor, as I noted, again, and also desirable for the neighborhood. They are facilitating an update to this dwelling that keeps the relationship to the street and the neighboring dwellings in terms of the setbacks and the overall scale and mass
Okay,
of the dwelling.
your 5 minutes are up, Mr. Barton. If you can wrap.
Yes, so my opinion is the tests are met, and welcome any questions.
Thank you. So panel, questions, comments for Mr. Barton? No? Okay, so we're going to now hear from Brian Burkett.
Thank you very much, Committee Chair. I mean, I think when I filled out the form, I sort of wanted to listen to what was happening. So I live at 115 Riverwood, which is, north of the 107 Riverwood property that's in question here. I didn't quite understand why this hearing was happening today, because the build is really in place. You can see the structure of the entire building. It's very large, and I guess look, the concern I had is this, and it's why I wanted to listen today. You know, we moved to this area my wife and I and 3 kids about 16, 17 years ago. It's a very spacious area, lots of sky, trees, and all of the buildings on the valley side of Riverwood. If you drive down the street, you'll know what I'm about to say. All of the houses are split level. And that's because they kind of work with the topography. So I know there are bigger structures in other parts of the Riverwood, but there have not been on Riverwood, on the valley side, leading into the valley, which is the People's Valley, until very recently, until an application actually that you handled a year and a half, 2 years ago at 100 Glen Aden. So when I look at this structure that's going up at 107, and it looks at its worst right now because it's all the framing that's up, so it looks enormous. And I don't want to talk about square footage or perimeters. What I will disagree with is that I think Mr. Barton said that that this was a mix of 1 or 2 story homes. It's not actually. Historically, until about a year and a half ago, has been just split level houses that roll into the valley and that work with the topography. This building really dwarfs neighbors, and if you looked at it, you would agree, I believe, with that comment. So the reason I'm here is I'm a lifetime Torontonian. I'm in my 70s now. I grew up in Leaside. I've lived in Bloor West Village. I lived in Baby Point for a while before moving to Riverwood. I loved my family loved what we found. Kind of low-living, spacious, lots of sky. And that character, I think, is being breached. And what it brings to mind for me is an expression which is known as the tragedy of the commons, which you may be familiar with, also known as the failure of the commons. And it's where individual selfishness prevails over the common good. I think this was a good-looking neighborhood with lots of houses that have been bought and sold and renovated, but all of them have been in keeping with the character of the neighborhood as I have described it. I don't think this does, and it just bothers me as a lifetime Torontonian that we are just building things that are bigger and bigger, filling up the parcel of land as much as we can, I think that's a failure or a tragedy of the commons. And so I just wanted to say that. I attribute no ill will to anyone, the builder, the owner. I'm just saying this is my observation. And I appreciate you giving me the time. If you have any questions of me, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burkett. Yeah, we may have some questions. I certainly do have one. Sir, were you aware of or maybe involved in the hearing on this property a year ago, May?
You know, somehow I wasn't. I didn't actually realize it was happening. But the answer to your question, sir, is no, I was not.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just bring you up to speed a little bit. In May, this committee approved a one-story addition above the existing dwelling at almost 360 meters squared. And the current application is for 25 meters squared in addition to that. So I hear your comments, but we're dealing with a situation we're really looking at the difference between what we approved 14 months ago or 15 months ago and what he's proposing today. So I know what you mean about neighborhood character, but the bylaw doesn't preclude one-story additions above existing dwellings, for starters. And I guess secondly, we're here to assess the impact of an additional, in essence, 25 square meters in terms of additional massing. Are there any other questions or comments for Mr. Burkett? No?
Could I just, Mr. Taylor, could I just ask, had all of this come before you at one time, including the extra 25 square meters, would you have approved it?
Well, we approved it at
no, I know, but had it come before you at 360 plus 25, would that have caused you a concern? I'm worried that the cumulative effect.
That's really for us to discuss and decide. I'm not going to sort of speculate.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing all of that.
Okay. Yeah,
Appreciate
my pleasure. Well, three of us were here in May 2025.
Yeah.
Sophia, me, and Natalia. What?
Which one? Oh.
Not by my doing.
Yeah, if you're not active, like now he's got two computers, and when you're not,
It's unverified. Above my pay grade.
as long as you're there.
So I'll ignore unverified.
Yeah.
Technology is great until it isn't. Remember that. If you don't remember anything else I say today. So I think we're ready to go into committee then.
Well, you want to do a rebuttal?
No, your rebuttal.
Oh, yeah, rebuttal. I'm sorry.
Before you do that, I mean, I just, I'll make a comment because
Go ahead.
I share the previous applicant's thoughts in the sense that I have a very similar mix of neighborhoods I've previously lived in, so I kind of get it. But everybody's intensifying everywhere, and it's, you know, all we can deal with is the actual variances. And we can't even deal with the overall design. And I know in the Babyhood neighborhood, we went through that, which now we've got the whole neighborhood declared as a historic area, but that's a long, long process.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
So before we invite Mr. Barton back for rebuttal, no more questions or comments? Okay, Mr. Barton, could you comment on what you heard from Mr. Burkett, please?
Absolutely, yes. And I can understand, you know, whenever you have a neighborhood that is seeing some change. I think the challenge here is, I tried to frame it in my justification report that you have a small number of dwellings that are that are located in the pocket here. I think it was 6 dwellings that are like the 1-story. And then there's this broader neighborhood that sees the mix. So when I was talking about the mix, I was talking about that broader neighborhood. And, you know, in this location, you are allowed the additional story. Again, it's not limited to 1 story in height. So it was really, it's an attempt to balance that existing character with the planned neighborhood character, seeking to update, you know, dwellings in terms of where things are headed, not overwhelming the property. So certainly that's where the design elements came in with, you know, limiting the change at the front in terms of the front yard setback, maintaining the rear yard for the most part, except for that terrace, with the additional floor area being captured predominantly within the existing footprint. And again, what's going on site today relates to the variances that were already approved. So the changes that are brought before you now are just some design changes, but again, the construction related to the previous approval and a permit issued for that previous approval. So again, I think the design and the variances do respect the intent of the official plan and the zoning, and as it relates to, you know, why those provisions are in place, and then seeking that balance of seeing neighborhoods that are going to see some change over time, but that are, you know, reasonable within the existing context.
Comments or questions for Mr. Barton, panel?
I just have one, if I may.
Yeah.
If you can just clarify for us the kind of the order of things. Is this site currently under construction? And if so, does that relate to the previous approvals, or was work started and then you've come to the committee?
Yes, so they started construction based on a permit that was issued through the previous variance approval. And then during that time, some modifications were made to the design, and then that's what brought forward the additional variances. So the current works on site relate to a permit issued under the previous variance approval. So they would be updating the permit to reflect these additional variances.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so can we now go into committee discussion if we need it, or a motion? Oh, just before we do that, Mr. Barton, you're aware of Ravine and Natural Features Protection Condition 1? Are you aware of and okay with that?
Yes, I'm very certain it's consistent with the condition of the previous approval. It's just updating it based on the new plans and the revised ravine comments. But yes, we are fine with that.
Okay.
Condition.
And you're aware that you have to initiate a TRCA permit revision process?
Yes.
Good. Okay. Okay, any other questions? Comments? No? So we ready for a motion?
Sure, I can move a motion.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, I'm satisfied that this application and the variances in front of us are minor. And given that, I would move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Is there a seconder for Mr. Adams' motion?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Mr. Komorek. All in favor? That's unanimously approved. Thank you, Mr. Barton, and thank you, Mr. Burkett. Moving on to item 5, 1342 Lawrence Avenue West. Purpose is to construct a new detached garage in the rear yard. The existing detached garage will be demolished. There are 5 variances. We have no agency or city department comments or conditions. We do have a presentation which perhaps we don't need, but in that we do have one. Mr. Benskowski, could you briefly wheel through your presentation? It's pretty
Sure,
straightforward.
Mr. Chair. Good morning,
Straightforward item.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, committee.
Yeah.
If we can bring it up. Yeah, it's a fairly straightforward application. The existing garage is actually encroaching into the right-of-way. This is somewhat of a unique, if we could just go in there and maybe zoom in. It's just somewhat of a unique situation where the actual depth of the lots are very minimal. So if you can see from where the black dot is right there, the existing garage actually encroaches. So what we're proposing is to actually relocate the garage to allow for there to be two-car parking, one within the garage and one located on the side of the property. The current separation today is only 1.2 meters from the garage to the dwelling. And as you can see, that's really the character of this neighborhood. I've actually never seen a situation like this of a rear yard that exists here and throughout the neighborhood. If we go to the next slide, please. I've actually just included a couple of pictures as well as some overheads of what's actually there. So the existing soft landscaping in the rear yard is only 9.47 square meters or 8.8%. So we are significantly increasing that by shifting the garage over towards the east property line. And if we just zoom out a little bit, and if we just go to a couple more of the pictures, it's just very brief in terms of what exists within that rear yard neighborhood character today. Again, it is characterized by tight garages, tight setbacks with very little separation and a lack of green space. That's essentially it, Mr. Chair and committee. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair. I would say one thing. I did speak with planning. So there is a revised site plan that I did agree to with planning to add permeable pavers just between the rear wall of the garage and the right of way. So if meritorious, we could just make a condition that it is subject to the revised site plan that put in that just that you can see right there. It's quite a unique situation for a rear yard. If you could just tie it to the revised site plan that does indicate the permeable pavers between the rear wall and the right of way. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Mr. Benskowski. Panel, any questions, comments from Mr. Benskowski?
I've got a comment. This application is typical for that block. That block is very unique in that most people have paved driveways that continue from the rear laneway all the way to the front lot line, the front yard. And you know, I mean, that's what's happening here, which normally I don't think we would approve, but the whole street is like that.
Yeah.
So
it's very unique in that there's actually no access to Lawrence. So, but everybody's driveway does extend to Lawrence, but there is no access to Lawrence.
No, because those become walkways. And so the actual green space.
It's very unique.
The green space is typically in the front of all of these houses with virtually none in any of the rear space.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, correct, Mr. Comerica, it's actually flipped. And really, often the driveways actually extend from the house into that right-of-way itself along the rear.
Anyway, having said all of that, unless there's any other comments, I'm happy to move a motion to approve, saying that it is very typical for that area and it is an improvement, it will be an improvement over what exists currently. And I would like to make that approval subject to the revised site plan.
Thank you, Mr. Komorek. Is there a seconder for Mr. Komorek's motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms. Ruddock. All in favor? That's approved unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Benskowski. Moving on to item 6, 1032 Kipling Avenue. Just let me do a little quick summary here. Purpose is to construct a 3-story apartment building. There are 14 variances. We have urban forestry conditions 2 and 3. We have a planning condition. We have 4 transportation review conditions and 3 letters of opposition. And I have 2 people registered to speak to this beyond Mr. Eagleman. One in person, Mary O'Malley.
So, yeah, Mr. Chair, we do have a few more additional speakers in person.
Okay, we'll get to them then.
Yeah.
All righty, so Mr. Eagleman.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, committee, and staff. David Eagleman, Design Plan Services, Inc., 87 Skyway Avenue, Suite 200, here on behalf of the owner. And
Thank you. So if you can give us your presentation.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. So the proposal before you is to demolish the existing single detached dwelling, which is currently uninhabitable and in a dilapidated condition, and to construct a new 3-story, 6-unit apartment building. So I've provided a detailed justification letter. I would hope the committee has had a chance to read that, but I'll go through some of the key points now. So we have worked with planning staff and have made revisions to their satisfaction that is indicated in their staff report expressing no concerns, and we're agreeable to the one condition they've recommended. We're also agreeable to the urban forestry conditions. In relation to the the report from transportation staff, we're agreeable to conditions 1, 3, and 4. However, we're not agreeable to condition number 2, as that condition would require us to provide bicycle parking spaces, and we're seeking a variance to provide no bicycle parking spaces. So that agreeing to that condition would effectively require revisions to the proposal that we are not agreeable to at this point. So in relation to the bike parking, while I'm on that point, the site is well served by transit. It's approximately 850 meters from the KIPLING GO and TTC station. There is a bus stop less than 100 meters away, as well as a bike share station nearby. So in addition to that, and I'll explain, this relates to another point, but there are also larger units, family-sized 2 and 3 bedroom units that are proposed. And so those larger units provide some opportunity for bicycle storage as well. So the point that point in relation to the bicycle parking connects to a theme running through several of the variances that we're seeking. And that's Council's recent adoption of the Major Streets Official Plan and Zoning Bylaw amendments, which now permit buildings up to 6 stories and 60 units along Kipling Avenue. And this committee may recall just last month a 6-story apartment building that was approved just down the street at 1008 Kipling Avenue. So in relation to that, the same numeric zoning standards that apply to a building that is up to 6 stories and up to 60 units also apply to this proposal, which is only 3 stories and 6 units. Many of the variances before you today are a direct result of the mismatch that creates. Standards written for a much larger permitted building type don't translate cleanly to this scale, a proposal that is of this scale. Even though the proposal in this case, the actual massing and impact are far less than what the zoning bylaw would otherwise contemplate. So turning to the specific variances, the Major Streets ZBA has removed the maximum permitted FSI requirement for apartment buildings and townhouses on major streets, consistent with the city's approach for fourplexes. Staff confirmed this reflects the city's broader intent to phase out the FSI regulation for these types of buildings. This particular site is just still subject to an older site-specific exception that hasn't been updated yet to reflect this shift. So in relation to that point, if this had 2 less units in it, there would be no maximum FSI. In relation to the setbacks, the front yard setback is largely technical. There is a future required road widening, and the front yard setback is measured to the road widening rather than the existing front lot line. And you'll see on the site plan that the proposal is aligned generally with the 2 adjacent dwellings on either side. The 0.64 meter south side yard setback is only for posts or columns supporting the roof over the driveway at the ground floor. The second and third stories above that are set back at 1.2 meters. And on the north side, it's 1.24 meters for the majority of the north side yard setback. And that's consistent, again, with what an as-of-right fourplex would be permitted. A fourplex would actually be permitted to be at 0.9 on one side with an aggregate of 2.1. So I know I'm running out of time, but just very briefly, the front encroachment variances are, again, more technical because they relate to the front yard setback variance. The landscaping, we're providing a landscaped front yard And the landscaping variance is just to facilitate the rear parking area. And then there are a number of variances which are triggered by the rear parking area, which again contemplate a larger building. So I know I'm out of time, Mr. Chair. It is my professional opinion that this proposal represents good planning and meets the 4 tests under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act, and that it will fit in with both the existing and planned context for Kipling Avenue.
Thank you, Mr. Eagleman. Panel, questions or comments for Mr. Eagleman?
Yeah, just a quick curiosity question. Just wondering why the applicant wouldn't contemplate doing an as-of-right fourplex with a garden suite, which would give you 5 units anyway. I mean, you're really going to get 1 extra unit out of all this.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, it's a good point. However, this is the proposal that we contemplated, and it also, I think, I'm sure there's a number of other factors that I'm not familiar with. I just, it's not my expertise, but from a construction standpoint, then you have to construct another building rather than here you're just constructing 1 building. I'm sure there's other reasons as well. I'm not sure from a marketability perspective if a unit in the main building is the same as a unit in the garden suite. And ultimately, similar to what I said in my presentation, much larger apartment buildings are now contemplated along Kipling Avenue, whereas we felt that this was an appropriate middle ground.
Oh, no, I get that. And in fact, those larger apartment buildings don't even have to provide the amount of parking that you're providing. So, I mean, there's pros and cons to this, but I was just curious, where the rationale was. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got one. All but 2 of your variances are from bylaw 569, 2013. And you mentioned that in discussion with community planning that they're in the process of updating, I guess to reflect the OLT approved bylaw 1062-25, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the major streets amendments are now in effect. So they form part of bylaw 569, 2013. The amendment that was ultimately approved and is now in effect has not amended every provision. So some of the provisions are in relation to the amendment. Some of them were in the bylaw already, because the bylaw did contemplate apartment buildings in certain residential zones. So some of those provisions they were able to maintain. So for example, there were provisions in residential zones for apartments. They just perhaps didn't apply because apartments weren't permitted in the RD zone. You would just trigger a variance for the building type itself. But now that apartment buildings are permitted in every residential zone, provided you're on a major street, the city just implemented those zoning provisions that were already in the bylaw for apartment buildings in these other zones. So although it looks like there's only 2 variances that relate to the major streets amendments, though the other variances were provisions already in the bylaw for apartment buildings that now apply to this proposal because it's considered an apartment building.
But you're still, of necessity, needing variances from the old 13-year-old bylaw, right?
Yes, but again, those provisions contemplate what is normally thought of as an apartment building, a much larger building. In other zones, in the R zone, in the RM zone, you may have been permitted to go up to 4 stories, or you may have been permitted a longer building length for an apartment building, whereas in this case, the proposal is much more in the form of a fourplex. It really just has 2 additional units. So when you're thinking about what the bylaw, what the official plan contemplate, when you're considering apartment buildings, this is of a much smaller scale than what is normally contemplated, especially by the recent major streets amendments.
I hear you. And there's no doubt that what you're proposing here satisfies the new official plan amendment for the whole city. The issue, and I don't know, we'll have to discuss how significant it is, But because you need to vary the 13-year-old bylaw, among other things, you're proposing more than double the gross floor area. The bylaw allows 309.15 meters squared. You're proposing 701.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
Do you see my problem as a person who adjudicates on whether a variance is minor or not?
I understand, Mr. Chair, through you, just to respond to that. When the city permitted multiplexes, fourplexes, they eliminated the FSI, but left in the exception zones only to later eliminate them for all the exception zones. So it created a transition period where effectively the city was saying we're eliminating FSI, but we need time to go through all these different exception zones that apply to different properties across the city. They eventually did that and then ultimately removed FSI for, I believe, practically all exception zones when you're doing a fourplex. So I believe it's the same situation here where the city has eliminated FSI for major street apartment buildings, but in this case, it still applies because we're subject to an exception zone. I anticipate, and I believe staff even mentioned it in their staff report when they brought the major streets amendments to council, that they intend to go through these exception zones and likely, I would think, similar to what they did with fourplexes, they will probably eventually eliminate FSI for most of the exception zones as well. So council's intention, staff's intention was to eliminate FSI as a regulation for these major street apartment buildings for fourplexes in order to allow intensification. And it just applies in this case because there's an old exception zone. And keep in mind too that exception zone, the maximum FSI contemplates detached dwellings. So that is contemplating a totally different type of built form than what we're proposing here today. And so that has to be taken into consideration. And the last point I wanted to mention is just that when you look at the variances in terms of the actual built form, it's really just the FSI, the side yards, and the side yard setbacks. Everything else is related to other minor things, the rear parking area, the waste storage structure. And so it's really just the FSI, which is somewhat technical, as I've explained, and then the side yard setbacks, which is really the 0.64 meters is just for the ground floor posts. The 1.2 meters is very consistent with both detached dwellings and what a fourplex is permitted to have.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments, Mr. Adam?
Yeah, Mr. Applicant. Variance 2, you're requesting a proposed building will be located 2.07 meters from the front lot line, yet on the transportation conditions, I note that it has minimum 4.98 meter setback from the existing property line.
The existing, not from the proposed.
From the existing and proposed, so.
I think the issue there, Adam, is that transportation is requesting that from the existing, whereas they have to apply from after the widening.
Got it. Okay.
Yes, that's exactly correct. We're showing, transportation wants us to show the required 4.89 meter widening. We're providing more than that. The front yard setback variance is measured to the lot line post road widening.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
So we actually have more than 4.89 meters to the existing front lot line. I believe it's 6.9.
So you're okay with that condition?
We are agreeable to every transportation condition except 2, which is requesting bicycle parking spaces.
I would suggest that condition not be appropriate, because then the variance won't match the condition, because that condition would imply a 0 front yard setback. If he's showing a front yard setback of 4.89 from the original lot line.
No, he's showing 6 point something from the original.
No, but the condition from transportation is to show 4.89 from the original lot line.
A minimum of.
Right? But that's the actual depth of the dedication. then that would mean the building would be at 0.
We can take that particular condition out because
Okay.
I think this is the discussion we had earlier. It's
I
kind
think
of,
the problem is the plan provided doesn't show the dimensions of the dedication.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I was a little perplexed at the condition from transportation because I think that's exactly correct, that they just want to see the 4.89 meter dimension on the site plan, which we can easily provide because we're providing more than 4.89 meters in terms of the front setback to the existing lot line. So I think it's really that they just want to see the dimension.
want to see the number on the drawing.
Correct. So that's why I think it shouldn't be an issue to be imposed on a potential approval.
Are you okay with that, Ms. Bartosik? Okay. Okay, thank you, Mr. Eagleman. I think
Thank you.
we'll now go to our registered speakers. I'll start with the ones that are on my sheet.
Yes, so slight change. It's not going to be Mario. It's going to be Teresa Melly.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. We are Mario and Teresa Melly, Is it on now? Yeah, sorry. We are Mario and Teresa Melly, the owners of 47 Brennan Avenue, the property immediately behind 1032 Kipling Avenue. We object to the application as the proposed variances collectively and individually do not safely or for test require under the Section 45 of the Planning Act as outlined in our letter. First, these variances are simply not minor. The applicant is requesting 14 separate variances, including permission to construct approximately 701 square meters of gross floor area where only 309 square meters are permitted. In other words, the proposal is more than double the density allowed under the zoning bylaw. This increase in size is not an isolated issue. It is the reason so many additional variances are required. The reduced front and side yard setbacks, the elimination of the required landscaping and buffers, the lack of bicycle parking and parking deficiencies, and the request for outdoor waste storage all stem from trying to fit a building onto the site that is simply too small for the scale of development proposed. As the rear abutting neighbors, we will be directly affected. We are concerned about increased overlook onto our property, reduced privacy, greater visual massing, reduced access to light, increased activity associated with the multi-unit apartment building, and the impact and nuisance of outdoor parking and waste storage located so close to neighboring homes, including ours. Secondly, the proposal is not an appropriate development for this site. While we recognize the intensification of an important role in the city's planning objectives, it must still be compatible with the surroundings. In this case, the applicant is seeking significant reductions in front and side yard setbacks, subsequently reducing the separation between a building and neighboring properties. The proposal also eliminates much of the required landscaping and landscape buffering and would normally soften the visual impact of a building and provide privacy for adjacent residents. This application also proposes no bicycle parking or bicycle maintenance facilities, outdoor rather than enclosed waste storage. The parking area that are not met by city standards, collectively these deficiencies suggest that the lot cannot properly accommodate the intensity of the development being proposed. Third, the application does not maintain the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. Sorry, I'm so nervous. The zoning standards exist to regulate building mass, setbacks, landscape, privacy, parking, and compatibility between the proposal form of infill housing and existing low-rise neighboring properties. When relief is sought from 14 separate provisions, including more than doubling the permitted floor area, it cannot be considered that the intent of the bylaw is being maintained. Finally, the proposal does not maintain the intent and the purpose of the official plan. The official plan encourages growth that is compatible with existing neighborhoods and minimizes impacts on adjacent properties. In our view, this proposal prioritizes minimizing development over achieving good planning and compatibility with the surrounding residential community. Finally, we must express our disappointment at the applicant's complete lack of meaningful engagement with neighboring residents. This proposal represents a significant change within an established residential community, yet there has been no effort by the applicant consult with or understand the concerns of those who will be most definitely affected. For these reasons, we respectfully submit that the application fails the required test under the Planning Act. The requested variances are not minor, and they are not desirable for the appropriate development of the land, and they do not maintain the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw and the official plan. We therefore request that the committee refuse all of the requested variances. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Melly.
And then there is one more thing that just came up a couple days ago. The lot line, the back of the lot line, they are 2 feet onto my lot line. As my neighbor has shown plans that his mother's lot line from the 50s. So they are 2 feet backing onto my line.
You're talking about the proposed structure?
Proposed structure. And the existing structure that is there, it is 2 feet on my line, on my lot line.
So there's already an encroachment?
There's a garage that was built in the 50s that is on the lot line, like on my line. So I have like about 2 feet more from the back.
Okay, panel, any questions or comments for Ms. Mel?
Thank you. Sorry, I was
We might have a
Sorry,
question here.
so my only comment is that there was a survey submitted. If you disagree with that survey, you should get your own, and that becomes a legal matter, not really something we can resolve.
Okay.
Because according to their survey, the garage does not encroach. So if you want to challenge that, I think there's a different venue you need to use to do that. I guess my question is, if there was a proposal for, a 5-story or a 6-story apartment building with no parking, would that be worse or better than this?
Well, but if you have a 5-story, 6-story, doesn't it have to be 50% parking underground and 50% above ground?
No, the current bylaw wouldn't have to provide any parking. I mean, that's the unfortunate reality of where we're at right now, is you can have a development for Kipling for a 4-plex with 0 parking, and there would be no variance for that. You could have an application where they would amass 2 or 3 houses together and do a 6-story and also provide 0 parking, so long as they provided bicycle parking.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think before we speak to Adam Paulpan, who's a virtual participant, I understand?
That's correct.
We'll open it up to anyone else in the hearing room that wishes to speak to this matter.
I can just speak on the parking before I start. They'll be parking on our street.
Sorry, what's your name and address?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll just continue on. Good morning, Chair, committee members. My name is Annie Angelis, and I live at 55 Brennan Avenue. I'm speaking today on behalf of myself and a united group of local residents in Ward 2, Etobicoke Centre, to strongly urge the committee to refuse this application. This is not a minor variance application. The applicant is seeking 14 massive variances to force an overbuilt apartment building onto a lot that simply cannot support it. This is disguised rezoning. I have 3 points. My point number 1, the massive paved backyard. The most egregious violation is section 10.5.80.102. The applicant wants to entirely bypass the requirement to place at least 50% of tenant parking underground or inside the building. To avoid the cost of an underground garage, they are turning the backyard into a massive commercial-style surface parking lot. This directly triggers the violations under sections 10.5.50.10, 4C, and 5. Stripping away our required green space and soft landscaping. Replacing natural soil with concrete parking lot will create immediately stormwater runoff risks for adjacent yards, destroy the local tree canopy, and introduce consistent noise, exhaust fumes, and headlights shining directly onto the neighboring windows at all hours. Point number 2, privacy invasion and setback violation. To cram this massive footprint onto the lot, the builder is violating the strict setbacks mandated by the low-rise intensification framework, bylaw 1062-2025, sections 900.30.10 and 10.20.40.70. They are slashing side and rear yards while simultaneously pushing balconies and platforms deep into the remaining buffers under section 10.5.40.60. This creates an intrusive, unacceptable overlook that completely strips adjacent single-family homes of their backyard privacy. Furthermore, pushing waste and loading areas right against property lines under section 10.5.150.1 introduces immediate issues with odor, pests, and visual blight right next to our properties. Point 3, traffic and safety on Kipling Avenue. Kipling Avenue is heavily trafficked major arterial road. Under section 230.5, the applicant is asking for deficient parking sizes and a substandard parking layout. This cramped layout means cars will have zero turning radius. Tenants will be forced to back out blindly onto oncoming traffic, Kipling traffic, creating a severe public safety hazard. Overflow vehicles will inevitably spill over and choke our surrounding local side streets. In conclusion, if the builder wants a project of this scale, they must go through a rigorous full zoning bylaw amendment process, not to cut corners to the committee. And we ask that you refuse this application today. And thank you. And with respect to parking, if there's no parking, they're going to be parking on our streets on Brennan. And with the traffic that's already been incurred on Brennan, it'll be a disaster for our young children. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before you leave, questions, comments? Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else in the hearing room that came to speak to this matter?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Chair, members of committee, thank you for hearing us today, giving us this opportunity. So in our research...
sorry, name and address.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Mary Frances Dalney. I reside at 50 Brennan Avenue. In our research and looking at this issue, we came back to one Magle overarching issue, and that is whether the committee has the legal authority to approve the application under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act. The applicant is asking for 14 separate variances. This is not a request to tweak a minor measurement or resolve a site constraint. Cumulatively, asking to modify height, setbacks, coverage, and density all at once is a request to construct an entirely different building envelope than what Toronto's zoning bylaws allow. It is a de facto rezoning. Under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act, an application must pass all 4 tests, not 3, not 2. This proposal fails every single one. First, it's not minor. Minor in Ontario planning law is measured by physical scale, massing, and community impact. Overriding 14 key standards is not minor. Secondly, it fails the intent of the zoning bylaw. The bylaw exists to maintain a predictable, harmonized neighborhood structure. Pushing 14 performance standards past their limits dismantles that predictability. Third and fourth, it fails the official plan and general desirability. It imposes an overbuilt footprint that generates real and very lasting impacts on surrounding homes and families through shadowing and privacy loss. This comes down to procedural integrity. If a project requires a complete overhaul of zoning parameters, the Planning Act provides a specific democratic mechanism for that, a zoning bylaw amendment. A rezoning process protects procedural due process. It guarantees a 120-meter notice area, a dedicated public community meeting hosted by city planning, and a vote by elected councillors. Approving 14 major variances at a committee of adjustment hearing short circuits that statutory process and deprives this community of proper public consultation. Members of the committee, your mandate under Section 45 is vital, but it is bounded by law. You are empowered to grant minor relief and not to write zoning rules for an overbuilt design, not to rewrite, excuse me. Because this proposal fails all 4 statutory tests and exceeds this committee's legal jurisdiction, we strongly urge you to refuse this application in its entirety and require the applicant to pursue a formal rezoning before City Council. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions, comments?
Thank you.
Anyone else in the hearing room here to speak to 1032 Kipling Avenue?
Good morning,
Morning.
Mr. Chair and Council. My name is Ken Rivers. I reside at 45 Brennan Avenue, which is right behind and right beside Mario and Teresa. I'm actually the one who notified them about the property line. I do have pictures and all that regarding it. How I know about this is my mom was raised in this house, and I have the property deed of it, which stipulates our frontage is 50 by 160. On Kipling, it's 50 by 150 deep, and the lady who lived next door to us, Mrs. Bolton, she was an elderly woman that would, she couldn't complain about the Richards who that property was, because he built that garage on her property. She couldn't fight it. So that's how we know about that. I disagree with this house being built, or the apartment being built. First off, once they tear down all that stuff, all the raccoons, the mice, the rats, everything else that's inside that garage are going to be going over everywhere. It's going to destroy all the property. It's happened before with a whole bunch of different locations. I'm well aware of that. Also, the garbage. There's going to be so much garbage, they're going to have to put a bin. As it was also spoken, cars are not going to be able to turn around inside there. They're going to have to back out onto Kipling Avenue, which is going to cause headaches for traffic. It's just, in my opinion, it's not a good way to for planning. There's no green space whatsoever in this area. Snow removal, where are they going to pile it? They're going to take it out onto Kipling, or they're going to put it up against the fence that's at the back. Then it's going to destroy anything else that's behind there. So, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Questions, comments? Ed? Oh, thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Rupinder Dhillon. I reside at 49 Brennan, which is directly adjacent to the proposed dwelling that we're talking about today. I'm not going to, I'd say, duplicate what's already been heard, and I just want to commend my fellow neighbors in terms of coming here today and making sure that our points of view were articulated. What I instead want to do is, before I begin, I just want to make one thing clear. I'm not opposed to development and to the thoughtful intensification of our neighborhood. And I recognize that Toronto needs more housing. And that change is going to be a natural part of any city or growing city in evolution. My concern is really centered on whether this particular proposal satisfies the planning tests that the committee is required to consider. Good development should respect the surrounding neighborhood, be compatible with its context, and meet the standards set out in the Planning Act and the city's official planning. I also acknowledge the city policy that's recently changed to support additional housing along major streets. However, that policy does not mean that every proposal is appropriate, nor does it remove the requirement that the application satisfy the 4 tests under Section 45, subsection 1 of the Planning Act. Even on a major street, this committee must determine whether the requested variances are minor, maintain the intent of the zoning bylaw and official plan, and are desirable for the appropriate development of that land. And so again, I'm not going to repeat the variances that were discussed today, only to surmise that I think, these are not minor variances. Some individually are not minor, and of course, collectively, they are not minor either. I would just basically say that the proposal, while it requires 14 variances, including, like you mentioned, Mr. Chair, on doubling the permitted floor area. It is appropriate to ask, as Mary Frances has done, whether it has moved beyond the appropriate or purpose of a minor variance application and into the realm of a zoning bylaw amendment, where city planning can undertake a comprehensive review, broader public consultation can occur, and the city council can determine whether the zoning should be changed. And so for these reasons, I respectfully submit that the application does not satisfy the four statutory tests under Section 45, subsection 1 of the Planning Act, and I respectfully ask that the committee refuse the application.
Thank you, ma'am. Panel, questions or comments?
Yeah, I'm just curious, you know, if this were an application for a fourplex with a garden suite and no parking, would that be objectionable?
I would want to understand what that means in terms of variances.
There could be no variances for that.
Yeah, well, I would want to look at that on its own merits, and so I don't want to really talk about the hypotheticals, because I would rigorously look at that on its own merits, just like we have on this particular
The only
proposal.
reason I bring that up is because a lot of these applications that we're getting for major streets, the applicants are providing minimal or no parking. This applicant is at least trying to make the effort to provide one parking spot for each unit. And often that's a big concern of the residents, is where are these people going to park? Well, in this case, they're actually being provided with a place to park.
I think you got to look at it holistically, and what I wanted to avoid doing was, you know, referring to other things that have already been approved and the merit of those and whether or not they should have been approved or not. And I want to look at this one on its own merit.
We have to look at it as a precedent as well. So we have to look at what has been approved.
Yeah, the guidance that we've been given is to look at the proposal on its own merits, and so that's what I'm going to speak to today. I think we've described, while there is parking, I think you do need to look at things logically as to where that parking is, how it backs onto Kipling, and really the suitability of that parking. And so I respect the question that you have. I would not be in a position to answer that, because again, if it was under those situations, I would have researched it in the same way.
I'm just curious because in so many of these applications, we have residents come forward, and that is their primary concern, is the fact that no parking is being provided. And we can't do anything about that because the city has allowed the developers to build without parking if they so choose.
Again, I'm not going to debate other decisions. I'm not going to debate the other bylaws. But again, I would focus on the merits of this particular application, the variances put forward in this particular applications, and do we agree that those are not minor variances? I think that's the most logical way to look at this.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, panel? Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else in the hearing room here to speak about 1032 Kipling Avenue?
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Carolina Lopez Collant, and I live at 1034 Kipling Avenue.
Right next door.
I'm sorry?
Right next door.
Yes, right next door. Thank you very much for listening to us today. I understand that change is part of every neighborhood, and I'm not opposed to development. However, I believe this proposal goes well beyond what should be considered as minor variance. My first concern is the proposed reduction of the front, back, and side yard setback. Side yard setbacks exist for an important reason. They provide separation between neighboring homes, protect privacy, allow light, air between buildings, and reduce the feeling of overcrowding that maintains the character of our neighborhood. Reducing that buffer to almost nothing places a much larger building extremely close to my property. Once that space is lost, it cannot be recovered. My second concern is the proposed increase in building floor area, which is more than double what the zoning bylaw permits. This is not a small adjustment. It represents a significant departure from the existing zoning and results in a building that is much larger and more imposing than what was envisioned for this property. A building of this size, located so close to my lot, will inevitably affect my enjoyment of my house. I am particularly concerned about the loss of sunlight in my backyard and garden. A substantially larger building will cast longer and larger shadows, reducing the sunlight that my family currently enjoys. I'm also concerned about privacy. While the final window placement may not yet be determined, reducing the separation between the two properties increases the likelihood of overlooking and reduces the sense of privacy that neighboring homeowners should reasonably expect. I'm also concerned about the long-term impact on the neighborhood. Approving variances of this magnitude creates a precedent for increasingly larger developments that do not respect the existing scale of surrounding homes. The Planning Act requires that minor variances be minor, desirable for the appropriate development of the land, maintain the general intent of the zoning bylaw, and maintain the intent of the official plan. In my opinion, these variances do not meet those tests. A proposal that more than doubles the permitted floor area while substantially reducing the required side yard setbacks cannot reasonably be described as minor. Almost eliminating landscape buffers, reducing front, back, and side yard setbacks, lack of bicycle parking, and proper garbage storage, reduce space between parking and neighborhood lot lines, the height of the proposed building. All of this clearly shows the lot is too small to accommodate the size of the proposed development without negatively impacting neighbors' lives and privacy. I respectfully ask the committee to protect the character of our neighborhood and the reasonable enjoyment of neighboring properties by refusing this application. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am. Just before you go, panel, questions or comments?
Yeah, sort of a question and kind of a comment. So you're at 1034?
Yes.
Do you know what your front yard setback is? Are you aware that it's the same as what's being proposed here?
I think it's the same.
Yeah. But you're saying that that's insufficient?
Well, I think it's insufficient in relationship to the massive building that is going to be built. Everything is you have to really take the whole thing into consideration. It's not an isolated.
All right, because my same comment on the side yard setbacks. I mean, it's substantially more than what yours is currently, but okay, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the hearing room that came to speak to 1032 Kipling Avenue? No?
So I
think outstanding, we have Adam Palpan.
So I do have a Thomas Chang. Okay. And also a Hassan Albatran. Hassan, would you like to speak? Okay.
How come they answered you and not me?
Sorry.
So I'm insulted. I'm insulted.
Hassan Albatran. I am living in 1029 Kipling Avenue, exactly in front of the applicant house.
And your name?
Hassan Albatran.
Thank you.
My comment is to ruin the beauty of the city. Kipling Avenue in this area is a very big and huge and lovely community. Everybody know each other as neighbors, so that we don't like to install multi-story buildings in this area to damage the site and the lovely heritage area of Kipling Avenue. That's what my comment is. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions or comments? Is there anyone else in the hearing room that came to speak to 1032 Kipling Avenue? Raise your hand, stand up, do something? Nothing? Okay. So I think we have one virtual participant. Thomas, Adam Polpan, am I right? And there are no one else virtually? Okay.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yep. Thank you.
So my name is Adam Polpan, and I'm at 1036 Kipling, to north of the proposed apartment building.
Okay.
I think I speak also for an elderly neighbor. The system is pretty hard for her to navigate given her age. It's pretty easy for people who've gone through it a few times, or maybe somebody who's younger and understands technology. And she wasn't able to speak today. So I'll maybe add some of the things she had to add here. I believe everybody who bought, a home here on Kipling Avenue did so because of the lot size. These aren't large homes generally. Slowly, they're being replaced by larger homes. But in terms of this particular application, the size and the number of variances, I think, maybe create the case where this application should be adjudicated somewhere else other than this committee today. The proposal seeks 14 minor variances to permit a 3-story apartment building that substantially exceeds the development standards established by the city's by zoning law. Rather than providing limited relief, the application requests extensive departures from multiple zoning provisions, resulting in a development that is significantly larger and more intensive than what is permitted. Under Section 45 of the Planning Act, all 4 tests must be met for a minor variance to be approved. In our view, this application fails each of these tests. The variances are not minor. The proposal seeks approximately 701 meters of gross floor area, where only 309.15 meters squared is permitted, double the density. I mean, this is what's driving the size of this building in terms of, creating smaller setbacks, creating larger height, creating closer to the street is simply too big. In addition, reduced landscaping, parking deficiencies, which I know we've debated before here in council, absence of bicycle facilities, and inadequate waste storage. The cumulative effect of these 14 variances cannot reasonably be considered minor. Neighbors, we experience increased overlook, loss of privacy, greater visual massing, reduced access to light, increased impact associated with multi-unit residential building. And again, they permit for, and yet maybe you won't have parking, but this particular one is just too big. The proposal is not desirable for the appropriate development or use of the land. The number and extent of the requested variances demonstrate the site cannot appropriately accommodate the proposed development. The reduced front and side yard setbacks combined with the building scale create a form of development that is incompatible with the surrounding neighborhood and intensifies impacts on adjacent properties. Further reductions to landscaping buffers, waste storage, limiting bicycle parking, and parking related variances. And I think in addition to that, a gentleman brought up a very good point of snow. We live in Canada. I'm actually surprised that that is not a requirement of zoning and bylaw, that where do you put snow? If you have a fence and a building, then you must put the snow somewhere. And that has not even been brought into, light until that gentleman mentioned that today. The requested variances undermine key objectives of the zoning bylaw, including regulating building mass density, maintaining appropriate setbacks, preserving landscaping buffers, protecting privacy and access to light, supporting active transportation, ensuring appropriate waste management, and minimizing parking setbacks. The proposal does not maintain the intent and purpose of the official plan. The official plan requires development to be compatible with the surrounding context, providing appropriate transition, and minimize adverse impacts on adjacent properties. The excessive building mass, inadequate setbacks, reduced landscaping, parking deficiencies, and outdoor waste storage result in a development that's incompatible with the established neighborhood and adversely affects adjacent residents, including our property. Conclusion: for these reasons, we respectfully submit that the application fail the 4 tests under Section 45 of the Planning Act. The requested variances are not minor, are not desirable for or appropriate for the development or for the land use, and do not maintain the intent and purpose of either the official plan or zoning bylaw. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Paulpan. Panel, any questions or comments for Mr. Paulpan? No? Okay, Mr. Eagleman, you now have an opportunity to rebut the comments that have been made by 7 people.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. I would say, I just want to say before I respond that my first position is I believe this application meets the 4 tests and should be approved, but I would ask too that if the committee is not convinced and is leaning more towards refusing this application, that we be deferred instead to allow for more time to see what can be potentially done to resolve some of the concerns. But again, my first position is the proposal as is meets the 4 tests. As far as this requiring a zoning bylaw amendment, I don't agree, and I appreciate the neighbors' comments, but I don't agree with that. I think that council and staff have done that already through the major streets zoning bylaw and official plan amendments. And as far as the intent of the official plan and the zoning bylaw, the intent is for major streets to, within neighborhoods, see intensification of apartment buildings up to 6 stories and up to 60 units. That is the intention of the official plan and the zoning bylaw now. So that needs to be taken into consideration. And again, the context needs to be understood that the provisions that are applicable to this proposal are also applicable to a 6-story, 60-unit apartment building. And that is what is triggering the amount of variances, because the bylaw contemplates the most amount of density, the most amount of built form that is permitted and applies the regulations to that. This is of a much lower scale, and that is what is triggering a number of the variances. And that is exactly why the Committee of Adjustment exists, to deal with site-specific, unique situations like this. If you really look at each of the variances, there are 14. It may look like a long list, but when you look at each of the variances, they are quite minor. And again, I heard the neighbors mention height, mention rear yard setback. There are no variances for height. There are no variances for rear yard setback. In fact, the rear yard setback is almost 20 meters. A 6-story apartment building can have a rear yard setback of 7.5 meters. So we are significantly exceeding the rear yard setback. We are significantly below the maximum height of 19 meters. The height is at 10.3 meters. There are no trees being removed. I heard a comment about the reduction of trees. There are no trees being removed. So there are a lot of positives to this proposal, and we have carefully designed it. In relation to the parking, again, those provisions are contemplated for an apartment building that could have a significantly larger amount of parking than what we're providing. We're providing 6 spaces, and in fact, we'd even be agreeable. We're providing a privacy fence 1.8 meters high, but we'd be agreeable to a condition that would require that privacy fence to be entirely opaque, so that you cannot see through the fence. As far as, there were some comments about the massing, the process we're going through. There were comments about the driveway and the parking area being a safety hazard. Transportation staff had no concerns. Planning staff had no concerns. They're satisfied. We've worked with staff. So these claims aren't really founded in evidence that's being presented to the committee, and the city's own staff who would review these matters have raised no concerns. And I'll point out too, if you look at the road widening, the required road widening is almost 5 meters. Kipling Avenue is the official plan. The right-of-way width for Kipling Avenue is 36 meters. So this is already and is going to be an even larger, wider road where, frankly, what exists today is not what the official plan and the zoning bylaw contemplate anymore. This is supposed to be an area in transition and is intended to transition towards what was just approved down the street at 1008 Kipling Avenue. And as well, in addition to that, keep in mind that we're a stone's throw away from Bloor and Dundas. There's the Kipling Go and TTC station. There's a lot of high density development. That is an MTSA, and we are just outside of that PMTSA. So this is an area where intensification significant intensification is contemplated and is already underway in transition. There's also the new, perhaps home of Etobicoke York Committee of Adjustment being built right down the street, the new Etobicoke Civic Center. So a large community benefit that is being provided to this area. So I ran out of time. The last comment I'll make, Mr. Chair, is just in relation to the garbage storage. We are actually providing a structure around the garbage storage. It's just from a bylaw perspective, it's not considered as a structure, but it is provided and shown on, I believe it's elevation drawing A11.
Thank you, Mr. Eagleman. Panel, any questions or comments for Mr. Eagleman?
Sure, I'll start off. Just a curiosity thing, actually. Where you're showing the proposed driveway, is that not directly in line with an existing hydro pole?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't believe so. I believe if you look at
When I looked at Google Maps, there's an existing concrete hydro pole right next to the catch basin on Kipling.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. So I don't believe the hydro pole is shown on the site plan, so I can't confirm definitively, but even if it were in conflict, that hydro pole would have to be relocated, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll leave my comments for now. Let somebody else start off.
Sure. Mr. Chair, can I ask questions?
Mr. Adams.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. I just want to give you an opportunity to respond directly to a couple things that have been raised by the neighboring properties. And I know you started with garbage, but I would appreciate, so I think I heard some concerns that garbage would be outside and and a hazard. Can you just comment on that, on the exact condition of the proposed garbage conditions?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, if staff could please pull up, I believe it's drawing A11, one of the last elevations. I believe it's the last elevation. This is the last drawing. So I think it is just below that. Yeah, if you zoom in there on that last drawing just at the bottom, and then scroll a little bit to the right, you'll see. So you'll see right there, all bins located within a low wood clad cabinet. So the proposal is to enclose the garbage within a cabinet structure. It's just, we discussed this with the zoning examiner. From a bylaw perspective, the examiner doesn't consider that a structure. So he's identified the variance. However, the intention is to fully enclose the garbage within that structure. And it is only 6 units, so it's not as if there's going to be an extensive amount of garbage bins that are needed for this proposal anyway.
Second thing I heard was the parking and water runoff caused by the parking. Could you comment on that? And would there be an issue with if we imposed a condition for permeable parking?
Yes, so through you, Mr. Chair, as far as the landscaping, it is really almost a 7% reduction. We're at 22.9% where 30% is required in terms of landscaping. So it's not an extensive reduction. As far as the landscaping strips, again, those are more so intended for what is typically thought of as an apartment building like the one that was approved down the street. And the variance more so relates to pinch points. So my client is here. I can just quickly confirm if he would be agreeable to the permit. Yes, so he would be agreeable to the permeable pavers. However, I'll note as well that we are showing a small walkway in the parking area as permeable pavers as well. So perhaps a good middle ground would be if the parking spaces can be permeable pavers and not the driveway, as that would make it a little more, I think, manageable.
Perfect, thank you.
I just got one. Mr. Eagleman, you have 12 variances to the 13-year-old zoning bylaw, correct? All but 2.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Can you give us an idea, maybe precise or approximate, how many of those variances would still be in place once the OLT approved zoning bylaw amendment for this property were incorporated into the City of Toronto bylaw?
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, the OLT appeal has been resolved. The appeal has been resolved by the OLT and is now in effect. The amendments are in effect as modified by the OLT approval. So
September 11th, 2025.
Yes, I don't recall the exact.
I do.
Okay, so I'll take your word for it. But yeah, so again, as I
know GFA, the major contentious one,
yes,
won't be there, but just roughly.
Well, because it's in effect now, all the variances we're seeking are they would be applicable. The Major Streets Amendments is in effect, so the variances that we're seeking are post Major Streets approval. Again, it's just the mismatch is that the provisions that are in the bylaw for apartment buildings contemplate what is a typical apartment building. This is much more like a standard fourplex. And keep in mind too that council has actually approved sixplexes in Toronto, East York.
That's what I was going to ask. If this application were in Toronto, East York, how many variances would you have?
I don't have the exact number, but it would be a lot.
Very few.
It'd be very few, if not, probably only related to the parking. The bicycle parking and bicycle maintenance facility requirements wouldn't apply. The side yard landscaping strip would not apply. The parking, I believe even some of the parking requirements wouldn't apply as well.
No, they wouldn't, because it'd be the same as a fourplex. You wouldn't have a minimum required number of parking spots.
Correct, and ultimately, this is actually much smaller than what the official plan and the zoning bylaw contemplate now for Kipling Avenue.
That's the point I was trying to make earlier, but yeah. Okay.
Mr. Chair, I just
noticed
Mr. The variance one, the permitted gross floor area, that's a section 900, so that's a site-specific one. So I think that would still be there. That would not go away.
The gross floor
I don't
area?
think we should be reimagining if this was in a different district. This is in Etobicoke, York. These are the variances before you, and that's what you have to decide on, not an imaginary situation.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, if I may just add, if it was a
Right now, the
fourplex.
panel members asking questions, so if they ask, you can answer.
Okay, we good? Okay, thanks, Mr. Eagleman.
Thank you.
We'll now go into committee, and we're definitely going to have a discussion. I just want to kick things off by reading 9 very pertinent lines from the Planning Department's report on this application. There has been a lot said about the dramatic nature of a lot of these variances, many of which are based on the old zoning bylaw. So here's the 9 lines. City Council adopted official plan amendment 727 on May 22nd and 23rd, 2024, which permitted townhouses up to 4 stories and small-scale apartment buildings up to 6 stories and 60 units in neighborhoods along major streets, including Kipling Avenue. My words. At its same meeting, City Council adopted zoning bylaw 608-2024 to update permissions and performance standards for townhouses up to 4 stories and small-scale apartment buildings up to 6 stories and 60 units located along major streets. So there's a lot of comments made about the need for rezoning. The rezoning has already been done. Final 3 lines. On September 11th, 2025, the Ontario Land Tribunal issued a decision resolving the appeal of the Major Streets Official Plan Amendment and zoning bylaw amendment, bringing both into force and effect. So I think we all understand the policy direction that the city's been taking regarding, in this case, major streets for several years. And that in summary is where we are today. So any other comments, discussion, questions, opinions?
We've had the benefit of a lot of submissions and a lot of information, which has been very, very helpful. One of the concerns that remains for me, having considered everything that's been put before us, is that notwithstanding what may eventually happen, what may be a future situation, the fact remains as of today and what we have before us to consider is not only the 4 tests, but in particular, I think referencing 569/2013, is that minor variance number 1 is, on the face of it, as a simple reading, more than double what is permitted as of today right now for this area, and that causes concerns for me on the issue of minor.
I think, yeah, I am also, that variance 1 is, I think, the biggest issue for me. But I would say, and you quoted the staff report, I will quote the City of Toronto guidelines for the Community of Adjustment Participation Handbook. And it does specify that, go back to where this is. On the question of, is an application minor in size and impact? Quote, a homeowner may see an extension on the back of their house as a minor improvement, but their neighbors may find it to be a major change that has an impact on them. And even if the numbers are small, a few inches here, half a meter there, small numbers do not necessarily mean small impact. Similarly, large numbers may not have a large impact. I think this is one of those cases where it is a large number, but it does not have as significant an impact as it seems.
Anything to say, Ms. Ruddock?
Yeah, I'm really torn by this application as well, but I too echo the concern around the, particularly the variance 1, and I'm not convinced that, as you say, that it is one of those that's large in number and not large in impact. But it's a difficult decision for me.
Mr. Komarek.
My comments are that I actually like this proposal, given what could be coming before and what has been proposed for Etobicoke. And I think the danger in a lot of these is to not provide any parking. I like the fact that they are providing a substantial amount of parking here. My problem with it is that on the surface, the variances look not minor. I do believe it totally meets the intent of the official plan. I think some of the concerns can be mitigated by adding conditions to ensure that the bins are enclosed, adding conditions that the fences are not see-through, adding conditions around permeable pavers for the parking spots. And, you know, a 3-story structure can be allowed in a lot of the interior RD zones, never mind on a major street. So I think this is actually an appropriate transition from a major street to a lower level residential neighborhood. My concern is we still have these variances on the books the way they are now. And we've made other decisions where we've refused them because it still is on the books. So that's my mixed feelings about this application.
How do we feel about Mr. Eagleman's request to have this item deferred if our inclination is to refuse? Mine is, even if Mr. Eagleman were successful in convincing people in the room and others that yes, the light went off, it makes a lot of sense, we now agree with it. You're still going to be dealing with coming back here, and you're going to be confronted with the same issues that we're talking about right now. So I don't personally see deferral as a real option. I think we can give a yes or a no to this today. So I hate to say it, but are we ready for a motion?
Okay, I can go first.
Mr. Adams.
I will move a motion. Well, Actually, can you come back to, I want to think about what conditions I'd want to impose. Can you come back to me in a minute, if anyone wants to move a motion first?
There's also a lot of conditions here. If anyone's thinking of moving a motion to approve, we need to consider the transportation conditions. We need to the planning conditions to make sure they don't conflict with each other.
Right. So there's the planning condition, and Mr. Eagleman has said he is okay with transportation review conditions 1, 3, and 4, but not 2. And urban forestry conditions 2 and 3.
Mr. Chair, as they mentioned before, condition 1 from transportation would almost contradict the variance, and then conditions 3 and 4 would be, there's nothing to refer to. So if you're not imposing 1 and 2, then 3 and 4 wouldn't serve any purpose, because they're referring to the revisions.
Okay, so the best.
Can I respectfully interject? I think all that transportation is asking for is that 4.89 meter setback be labeled on the drawings. I think that's all they're asking for.
But then it has to say the dedication, because this implies a building setback. Right?
Okay.
So in the event of an approval, our wise course, I guess, would be to not impose transportation conditions.
I'm almost considering the idea of deferral now, just to get some of this straightened out. But anyway.
Mr. Chair, I'll comment now. I'm personally not in favor of a deferral for many reasons, not the least of which is we've had the opportunity now to hear from everyone. I'm going to go ahead and make a motion. My motion is to refuse. I do not think that as the application stands right now, and given the current situation with the zoning bylaws, that it meets the 4 test. So therefore, no conditions are relevant. If my motion passes, I move to refuse.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. Is there a seconder for Ms. Popovic's motion?
I would second that motion, and I also disagree with the deferral. I don't think, although it's a good point regarding clarification of 4.89, I don't think that's going to be a resolution of this matter if it was clarified. So I also don't support a deferral, and I support the motion to refuse the application. Don't believe it meets the 4 test.
Okay, we have a motion to refuse, which has been seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, that motion fails. I'll invite another motion.
Okay, I'll try this, and please add in if I'm missing a condition. So a couple weeks back, we approved the Kipling Avenue down the street. That was a 6-story, 46-unit building. And I think there was reasonable consideration about whether that was minor or not, and whether that fit into the existing planned context of the neighborhood. This one, I don't think is the same. This is a very minor amendment. This fits well into the site, and I think this is a strong application. So given that, I move a motion to approve with conditions. So with the planning condition on file, with the urban forestry conditions on file, with an additional condition for permeable driveways on file.
Permeable pavers for the parking spots.
Yes, permeable pavers on parking spots. And I think on the advice with no transportation conditions. I don't know if there's anything you guys would want to add.
I'll second that, but I want to add some more conditions. I want to ensure that the garbage bins are in some kind of an enclosed structure, that they're not just left open. I want to ensure that all of the privacy fencing that is to be provided surrounding the site is not, I don't know, what do you call it? You can't see through it, so that you don't get headlights coming through or whatever. Solid fencing, let's put it that way. And I'll leave it at that.
Ms. Bartosik, could you and staff wordsmith Mr. Komorik's desires, firstly?
We can try. I don't understand about the garbage bins because there's a variance for that.
The variance is that they're not within the structure, within the building, but I want them to be enclosed. An accessory structure, some kind, I just don't want them to be left in the open.
Okay.
And I think Mr. Eagleman was essentially saying that on their drawings, they're showing a wood structure. So I just want to hold them to that. We could tie it to the elevation, I suppose.
There is, when I'm looking at the site plan, it doesn't show a structure around the garbage bins.
Okay, well, look, I don't want to tie it to the elevation because I want to make sure that all of the bins are enclosed, not just whatever's on that drawing right now.
Okay, so we have the planning condition, forestry conditions 2 and 3. All the parking spots shall be permeable pavers. Garbage bins have to be enclosed somehow. And solid privacy fencing surrounding the entire site. I'm assuming that's just side rear, the 2 sides and the rear.
Yeah, not the front.
Okay, Mr. Adams, we're modifying your motion. Are you okay with what's been suggested?
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve with conditions that's been seconded. All in favor? Opposed? Okay, the motion to approve with conditions carries by a vote of 3-2. Thank you, Mr. Eagleman. Thank you for all of you folks who took the time to prepare your presentations and to come here and to deliver them. So, is it time for a break? It's noon. No, sorry. No, I said no, you couldn't comment. Thank you. Ms. Bartosik, do we have a way to alert the 1 o'clock people that there's no way we're starting close to 1? Okay.
Awesome.
Are we taking a break or are we
Yeah.
taking lunch?
Yeah, we are. We're going to take a break.
Not lunch, but a break.
Should we take a lunch break now?
It's up to the members because we definitely won't get through the next few
Yeah,
items.
now, we do have, it was only item 6. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, we have 5 in a row that I've noted as being straightforward.
Let's take a short break and come back.
Short break and then come back. Okay, let's do that. Short break. So what, 15? Let's make it
We'll do 12:30.
12:30? Okay. Oh,
Do you want like 20 minutes?
that's a long break.
Yeah,
Yeah, we don't need that much.
just about. Like 12:20?
Okay.
12:20? Oh, staff wants a long break?
Everybody wants a break. 12:20 is 12 minutes.
They're asking for 12:30.
Okay, 12:30. I'm good.
It's just half an hour short of lunch.
Boy, that was a careful what you. Okay, thank you for allowing us to take a short break. We'll now resume with considering item 7, 111 to 127 Shorncliffe Road. The purpose is to construct a 2-story north side addition. There are 3 variances. We have no agency or city department comments. We have no public interest registered. Is that correct, Thomas? No public
That's correct.
participation. The agent is Stephen Pham. Mr. Pham?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, hi. Yeah, I was going to suggest to my colleagues that we don't need a presentation on your very straightforward application, but I noticed that you've, more than noticed, I've read it. You did submit a presentation with your application. Do you want to deliver a short, firm version of that, or we could just go into questions if we have any?
I think that given that you've noted this application is straightforward, I will just briefly state that I believe the three variances meet the general intent of the OP, the zoning bylaw. They're desirable for the appropriate use of land, and they are minor in nature. In other words, the variances meet the 4 tests under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act for the reasons noted on the presentation. They represent good planning, and I'm happy to answer any questions about them.
Okay, great, thanks. So panel, are there any questions or comments right now? We can go right into committee then for a motion.
Yeah, I believe the application meets the 4 tests, and I'll be happy to move approval with no conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Komarek. Is there a seconder for Mr. Komarek's
I'll
motion?
second that, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. All in favor? Opposed? Mr. Adams? Oh, you're okay. Unanimously approved.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too. So now we're looking at item 8, 3 Gentian Drive. This is a revised application. Purpose is to construct a new detached dwelling. The existing detached garage and shed in the rear yard will be maintained. There are 5 variances. Variance 5 has been revised from the original. Yeah, that's all. There's a planning memo on file, but it belongs to another item, item 21. So we really don't have any agency comments. We don't have any city department comments. We don't have any public registered participation. Correct, Thomas?
Just the agent.
Yes. Okay, so Pamir Rafiq is the agent?
The agent.
I'm just going to canvass my colleagues. I'm sorry?
So can you just mute on your end or lower that? We hear feedback.
It's not me. Okay. Are we okay with treating this as straightforward? Yeah, okay. So, Mr. Rafiq, if you're okay, we don't need a presentation from on your application. It's very straightforward. Are you okay with not presenting, but being prepared to answer any questions if we have any?
Yes.
Good. Oh, did you give us your address?
I have not yet, no.
Well, why don't you do that?
I can do that now. Yes. My name is Pamir Rafiq. I'm representing the owner today as an agent, and my address is 443 Highside Drive in Milton.
Great, thank you. Okay, panel, any questions or comments for Mr. Rafiq? No. So can we go into committee for a motion?
I'm willing to move approval. I believe it meets the 4 tests. I would like to move approval as revised. No conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Komarek. Is there a seconder for Mr. Komarek's motion?
I'll second.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. All in favor? That's approved unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Rafiq.
Thanks so much. Have a good rest of the day.
You too. Item 9, 11 Farningham Crescent. Purpose is to construct a 2nd-story addition above the existing dwelling. and a covered deck in the rear yard. There are 2 variances. We have a support letter and a support petition. No agency or department conditions or comments. Panel, are we agreeable to treating this one as straightforward?
Yep.
Okay, the agent is Antonella Wild.
Hello.
Hello. Are you okay with not presenting, but being open for questions if we have any?
Yes, of course.
Good. Are there any questions? Then let's go into committee for a motion.
Sure, I will move to approve. This is minor and meets all the 4 tests.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Is there a seconder for Mr. Adams' motion?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms. Plavovec. All in favor? That's approved unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Wild.
Thank you.
Next item is number 10, 18 Greenmount Court. Just going to summarize it briefly. Purpose is to construct a 2-story rear addition. A previous Committee of Adjustment application approved variances related to lot coverage, side yard setback, and building length. What we're looking at today is 1 variance. Again, no agency comments or city department comments or conditions. No public interest registered that I can see. Is that right, Thomas?
That's correct.
Okay. So, the agent is Diego Moratorio.
Good afternoon, Chair. Good afternoon, members.
Good afternoon.
Diego Moratorio, 18 Greenmount Court, Etobicoke, MY1Y2.
Thank you. So we've just determined that we find your application very straightforward and not requiring a presentation. Would you be okay with us proceeding on the basis of having you answer any questions if we have any?
Yes, of course, Chair.
Okay, let's do that then. So questions or comments? None? Then let's go into committee for a motion.
I can move to accept this application. I find it to be fairly minor in nature. I sat on the original decision, and this is a slight adjustment, so I find that it meets the 4 tests.
Thank you, Ms. Ruddick. Is there a seconder for Ms. Ruddick's motion?
Yep, I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. All in favor? That's approved unanimously.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Moving on to item 11. Thomas, have you communicated with Kyla Ali recently, or?
So they were online. I did check them in. They're currently offline. So I guess they had to go somewhere. They were checked in though. Like I saw them online.
Maybe you can do a quick check after we talk to the agent.
Sure. Is the agent Arbrin? Oh, perfect.
Oh, the agent's here. Good. Okay, let me just take a look here. This is 1205 Islington Avenue. Construct a 2nd-story addition above the existing dwelling and a 2-story rear and south side addition. The altered dwelling will contain a total of 2 residential units. And you have 4 variances. Again, I'm seeing this as pretty straightforward and simple. Do we need a presentation, or maybe just, sir, if you don't mind, it's very easy to understand what you're proposing here. Instead of presenting to us, are you prepared to just stand there for a few minutes and see if we have any questions? Is that good?
So, Mr. Chair, so should I try to communicate with Kyla, or are we just gonna?
Yeah, I'd say please try and get
Okay,
her.
I'll tell her that we're on.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question? Good to go? Ask a question?
Yeah.
I see that there's urban forestry condition 3 on, have you seen that?
Yes.
Are you aware? Okay.
Actually, I applied for it.
Perfect.
Do we want to establish if the person's in opposition?
Yeah, exactly. Just for a few seconds, Ivy. We can't delay this. Nothing? Okay, let's proceed then. Okay, let's proceed, and I think we can go right into committee on this one.
Mr. Chair, I'll bring a motion to approve. I believe this is relatively straightforward. I think it meets the 4 tests, and the approval would be subject to urban forestry condition number 3, and that's all I see.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. Is there a seconder for Ms. Popovic's motion?
Yep, I can second that.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. All in favor? That's approved unanimously, sir.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
So, Natalia, do you mind just moving the mic a little bit closer? It's just perfect. Thank you.
Okay, we now have items 12, 13, and 14 for 207, 209, and 211 Bering Avenue. So we're going to deal with the 3 at once because the agent is the same. I think the owner is the same. Variances are similar. So if I can invite Amber Stewart, there's Ms. Stewart. Sure.
So, Mr. Chair, I just want to let you know there are actually 3 additional in-person registrations. I'm not sure if they're still here, but we'll call upon them and then they can speak if they like.
Are they in the room or at home?
So 3 in the room. Actually, no, all of them are in person. So we have 2 registered and then 3 additional in person.
I've got 3 registered in.
Yes. So Janet was crossed up. I believe my colleague was communicating with someone and they were saying that person won't show up. But if they do show up, they can speak as well.
This is the one where there's going to be some revisions from the zoning
Yeah.
certificate, so maybe you want to deal with that.
Okay, and that was, yeah.
I can't remember which one that was.
Maybe I'll ask Ms. Stewart. Ms. Stewart, sorry, can I talk while you, can you multitask?
I can.
Good.
Are you kidding? I'm a mother. of
That's
2
good to know.
kids. Yeah, I can multitask.
One of these 3 items, you're in the midst of getting a zoning review, and it may have an impact on your variances.
So we did receive the last zoning review, sir, Mr. Chair. So there was a question about whether or not a front yard setback variance was needed or not needed. And that was on, I'm going to say 211, but let me just confirm that. Yes, so that is on 207 part 1. Yeah, 207 part 1. So I had it backwards. But yes, the examiner has confirmed that the front yard setback variance is not needed. And that is because it was approved for a slightly smaller front yard setback variance in the previous application. So we did get the zoning notice back, and it has been confirmed.
So at issue is the front yard setback.
It is, but there are also other improvements. I'm happy to walk. It might be best if I walk through each one.
I think you better. Well, let's start with that one anyway.
Okay.
And yeah, and you'll have to be clear about what you want to do about the variances that we have before us.
No, Mr. Chair, I just want to say if you're contemplating a deferral, that should be dealt with before going through all the speakers and everything else and the revisions.
Can we try and get a quick determination of the extent of the revisions?
I'm assuming they'll be similar to part 14, item 14. That's the other half of the semi.
Just, Ms. Stewart, yeah, there was a lot of additional information attached to these as well. Would it be in your interest to just defer and get everything cleaned up and stated accurately and re-notify it to the public? Because it sounds like you're actually, you want something very different than what we in the public expect you to want.
So I'll answer the question, Mr. Chair. I think no, the deferral is not necessary and it's certainly not being requested. All of the changes are improvements to the application and the variances. I can summarize what those changes are and then walk you through the public hearing notices, but this way at least you'll have a concept of what was changed.
So you'll be improving upon or deleting some of these variances for
That's
all
correct.
three?
Yes, that's correct. And essentially the changes for all three are the same. The height has been reduced, including the main wall height. The front yard setback has been increased. So essentially what they did was make the buildings a little bit shorter, but they take that out of the front to improve the front yard setback. That has in turn reduced the coverage and the floor space index variances. And then...
Okay, so Mr. Chair, we need
that's
to,
about
like,
it.
is this part of presentation or?
No, it's sort of an upfront inquiry.
I just don't want to go through all of this
I
for
know,
all
and
three
that's why I'm trying to
applications
get
and then the
a
committee
sense of the
defers it at the
extent
end.
of what's being changed here.
Right.
First test is they've got to be improvements,
Yes. No, I think that's
right?
clear.
And then maybe if it's 3 or 4, we proceed. Maybe if it's 5 or 6, we don't. But so, okay, so you've talked about variances 3, 4, and 5, Ms. Stewart. Are there others?
So I tried to summarize the changes, but if I'm looking at part 1, sir, specifically, I'll just give you the example. Variance 1 remains the same. Variance 2, the coverage is decreased. So I'm happy to give you the number if you would like, sir.
Well, let's just carry on the way you are, and
Okay.
then we can get into that's a specific thing if we decide we're okay to proceed.
Okay, so
So
the
2
coverage, the coverage decreases on 2.
Yep.
On number 3, the floor space index variance decreases.
Okay.
Variance number 4, that's the front yard setback, that is deleted.
Okay.
Variance 5 relates to building height, that is reduced in magnitude. Variance 6 relates to main wall height, that is reduced in magnitude. And then 7, 8, and 9 remain the same.
Okay, and are these changes similar for parts 2 and 3 as well, or you'll get there?
They are similar. They're very similar. The only difference is that the front yard setback remains. So
Okay.
it's only deleted on the one
So
application.
before you present, let me just have a chat with panel, and Ms. Bartosik, please weigh in. Are we content to proceed on the basis of one of these variances being removed and 4 of them being improved upon?
Theoretically, we could go forward. My only caveat to this is that, given that they are improvements on 3 applications, potentially there could be less opposition, but they don't know what's been reduced because they haven't been provided with the new information. Anyway.
Well, I guess I would say if they're okay with what they've been seeing.
I don't think they are
with
okay
that.
with what they're seeing, but that's why they're here.
Anybody else want to weigh in on this? It's really, do we defer and get it all cleaned up and have the agent come back, or do we proceed with the changes?
My comment would be that we have a significant number of people in the room are here to speak to this now, so I think it makes sense to keep going on this right now.
Best of what?
Yeah, it makes sense to keep going, to not defer.
Because the people are here.
I agree, because everyone made the effort to be here. That said, have they had a moment to see the changes that were not distributed?
Well, again, I think they're going to be listening, they're going to be hearing what these changes are, and they've got some time to sort of maybe modify what they're going to present. So I think there's enough of a consensus that we'll proceed then. Okay?
And
so,
Mr. Chair, because I was outside speaking with the next door neighbor, and there's one question that we discussed that I would like to speak with my clients who are behind me. Is it all right if I just ask them that question? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So do we have all the revisions in the item material, or are they in addition to?
I'm not sure. Additional material.
No.
Wow, we got a lot. We got for 13 and 14.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the time, Mr. Chair. So, sir, I'm hoping that we can take the time to go through the public hearing notices one by one, just to make sure the variances are correctly outlined, and I hope that doesn't count to my presentation time.
That's part of
it.
your presentation.
That is part of the presentation? Okay. Okay, well then I'll have to zoom through it. And if I need an extra moment, I'll ask for your indulgence. So then on part 1, Mr. Chair, as I indicated, variance 1 remains the same. Variance 2, which relates to coverage. The words "and garden suite" should be deleted because the examiner confirmed that the coverage doesn't apply to the garden suite. The variance applies to the building. The coverage is reduced from 38.65% to 36.93%. Variance 3 is reduced to 1.11 times the lot area, FSI, and if you'd like the numeric, it's 349.44 square meters. Variance 4 for front yard setback is deleted, and as I indicated, that is because the previous approval had a front yard setback variance that was a little bit narrower of a front yard, so this would comply with that approval. Variance 5, the height is reduced to 11.54 meters. Variance 6, the main wall height is reduced to 9.27 meters. And then variances 7, 8, and 9 remain the same.
Okay, could you just repeat the change to variance 3 again?
Yep, variance 3 changes to 1.11 times the lot area, and that is 349.44 square meters.
And do you have what the coverage is in square meters?
Yep, it's 116.48 square meters. Okay, so
Okay,
on, sorry, sir?
Yeah, carry on.
Yep, thank you. So on part 2. Okay, so 1 remains the same. 2 changes to 36.93% or 116.48 square meters. 3 is, as indicated on the screen, 1.11 times or 349.44 square meters. The front yard setback is increased to 4.26 meters. Variance 5, the height is reduced to 11.54 meters. Variance 6, the main wall height is reduced to 9.27 meters. And then 7, 8, and 9 remain the same. And then on part 3, again, very similar. Variance number 1 is modified to reduce to 34.54% coverage or 108.93 square meters. Number 2,
Those changes we have in the additional material. Okay.
Yeah. Number 2, the front yard setback is increased to 4.2 meters. Variance 3 remains the same. Variance 4 is decreased, the height to 11.54 meters. Variance 5 is decreased to 9.27 meters, and then 6 and 7 remain the same.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
No, let her finish the presentation.
Okay. All right. So I will now have to zoom through the points, but I will do my best to do that. So I think the first key point to note in this presentation is that this is not a severance application. These lots were established and created pursuant to Committee of Adjustment approvals a few years ago by a previous owner in a 2023 file. Of course, the new owners have applied for a different building type, but that is in light of the recently passed planning initiatives, which we've heard about already today, part of the EHON initiatives, including the multiplex zoning bylaw amendments to encourage and facilitate multiplex housing within all neighborhoods of the City of Toronto. I think the third key point is really to talk about the neighborhood context. And if we could do that by looking at the planning rationale that was submitted, I think on page 5 is a good, or page 6, there's a map at the bottom, which is a good place to note. This site is located just west of Islington. It's actually effectively a key lot adjacent to the major street properties. It is on a street that has a very mixed physical character already. There are 4-story townhouses that are across the street. Those townhouses have a height of 13.1 meters, 4-story townhouses. A little bit further to the west, there's an older townhouse development, 74 townhouses, 3 stories with a height of 12.6 meters. And then, of course, these properties sit adjacent to 1138 Islington Avenue, which is an approved 6-story apartment building at a height of 19.3 meters. Further to the west, and even on the north side across the street, there are industrial properties, light industrial and other employment-type properties, because it's in an employment zone. Mr. Chair, may I have one more minute to make a few points about the variances?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So essentially, this is a site that is ripe for intensification, and it is a mixed physical context already. This is exactly the type of development that is anticipated and will fit in, frankly, with what we have here. Now, in terms of the variances, there is a detailed rationale that has been set out. But what I will say is that my clients worked with planning staff through this process, and part of what was initially proposed was a row of 3 attached multiplex dwellings. It was actually planning that recommended a change to have 2 semi-detached multiplex dwellings and 1 multiplex dwelling, which was adjacent to the interior of the neighborhood houses. So this particular building arrangement allows for a transition from that building type on the major street corridor on Islington towards the interior of the neighborhood. And what we end up with is 3 multiplex purpose-built rentals, each having 4 rental units and 1 garden suite in the rear. They are all going to be 3-bedroom units. They are all large units as defined in the official plan. The variances arise primarily as a result on the semi-detached multiplexes by virtue of the fact that semi-detached multiplexes are not yet a permitted use in that zone. So they really are technical in nature. And if they were detached, then we wouldn't have variances such as FSI, and the height variances would be a little bit different in terms of the standard. So I think what has been done here is a very sensitive design that allows for optimization of this site in terms of providing high-quality, purpose-built rental units in a manner that is an efficient use of these 3 properties and will fit in and integrate well with the surrounding neighborhood. I do have responses to some of the concerns that have been raised, and I'm hopeful to be able to put forward conditions that will at least mitigate the impacts on them, but I don't know if you'd like me to do that now or wait until after we hear other residents speak.
Let's wait. You can deal with that in rebuttal.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. So I think in conclusion, then, knowing that I've already outlasted the clock, I think in conclusion what I will say is that this is a very worthy project. It is an absolutely appropriate implementation of the policies of the City of Toronto, and that is certainly reflected in what we see from planning staff. I heard you earlier, Mr. Chair, quote from a planning staff report. In this case, planning staff have worked with us. They have recognized that these variances are going to facilitate appropriate development that is essentially technical in nature in terms of a number of the variances that have been raised. So I'm happy to answer any specific questions about any of them, or I can wait until we hear from the residents.
Thank you. Are there any questions, comments at this point?
I thought, I might have misheard you. What did you say about the garden suite at the opening of your comments?
I don't know what I said right at the opening, but there are garden suites that are proposed. So it's a multiplex unit with garden suites at the rear. 4-unit multiplex dwellings with 1 unit additional proposed at the rear.
Thank you. I misheard something.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mr.
Thank you very much,
Take your
sir.
seat, and we're going to call on some interested participants.
Sorry, can I just ask a question before that?
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry.
So I just wanted to confirm, because I wanted to understand how, because when severance was done, it was 3 detached dwellings that were contemplated. And you're saying that it was planning that's recommending 2 semis?
Well, no. So the severance from 2023, 2024, that was done by the previous owner. And yes, I've looked at the file and it does look like there were 3 detached dwellings that were contemplated. But those owners obtained the approvals and then sold the property. And my clients bought the property. And so they are the ones who came forward proposing multiplex because they see an
Okay,
opportunity.
but so why not propose multiplex in 3 detached dwellings?
Multiplex in 3 detached dwellings. Okay, so it was, their initial proposal was for 3 attached multiplexes, and that's what I meant, that it's planning that recommended instead of doing 3 attached, we do 2 attached and 1
Okay,
detached.
so why the 3 attached?
So the why.
So essentially that would be a townhouse complex.
Well, I mean, it would have been 3 attached multiplex dwellings, which is something that would be permitted in different zones, but never mind, that's neither here nor there because it's a different area of the
I'm
city
just trying to
here.
understand the rationale.
Yeah.
Is it construction cost? Is it?
Yeah, let me help you with that, sir. So through you, Mr. Chair, yes, you're absolutely right. You've hit the nail on the head. There are efficiencies to be gained by doing attached building. It's purpose-built rental housing, so obviously there's efficiencies in construction to be gained through having things attached. It also allows for a wider building, which allows for more livable units on the inside. This is the type of design that allows my clients to facilitate 3-bedroom housing, 3-bedroom rental units, which are large and family-sized units, which is frankly something that is lacking in this area in terms of purpose-built, low-scale, grade-related rental housing. So in terms of the separation, and I think it is important to note, what we have here on the exterior of the neighborhood is a side yard setback of 1.2 meters adjacent to the resident to the west. And then we have a separation of 1.2 meters on the furthest property to the east. And then in between the two, so in between the detached and the semi-detached, we have 1.2 meters on one side plus 0.45. So in terms of a physical separation, we'll see 1.2 meters, 1.65 meters, and 1.2 meters, which is absolutely addressing the open space character between houses. And then I'm sorry, but the last thing I'll say to respond to it, because I do think it's an important point, is that this is a neighborhood that is already characterized by townhouses. Like this immediate context is characterized by townhouses as a prevailing building type. So this is really a sort of in-between hybrid that is intended and specifically designed with planning staff's feedback to fit into the character of this immediate context.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I can't really tell from the location map, but is this between the Bell Building and the old Humberview?
You're testing my knowledge of Etobicoke, which is not as good as yours. I think I live here. I don't know the Bell Building. Okay, there's people. I can hear people behind me talking. They might know better than I do.
The answer is irrelevant. I'm
okay.
Just curious. Don't worry about it.
All right, that's good.
Okay, is there anything else before we let Ms. Stewart go for a little while? Okay, take your seat for a minute. We're going to hear from some folks, and then you have an opportunity to rebut.
Thank you, sir.
So I guess according to my list, the first person that we'll invite to speak is Victoria Velitis. Is that correct?
Testing. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Victoria Velitis, and together with my husband, who can't be here today, I'm the owner and resident of 213 Bering Avenue, with the immediate west side neighbor to the subject property. We appreciate the opportunity to speak today regarding the applications for 211 Bering Avenue, which I want the committee to consider in its entirety. So this is one lot that is being severed into 3 under previously approved conditions, which I believe expired in May of this year. Based on the approval, I would have uploaded that decision from the previous owners. Our written submission provides further detail, but I would like to focus my remarks on the 4 tests of a minor variance under Section 5, with which you're all familiar. Our objection is not to new housing. We do recognize the city's goal of increasing the housing supply and intensification. Our concern is whether the specific built form proposed for this site is appropriate and whether the numerous requested variances can truly be considered minor. The issue before the committee is not any single variance, it's the cumulative effect of multiple significant variances in our view that are required to accommodate 3 fourplexes and 3 garden suites on a property that previously contained 1 detached dwelling. The proposal involves substantial increases in height, main wall height, lot coverage, and reductions in front yard setbacks, side yard setbacks, and soft landscaping. They shouldn't be viewed in isolation. They must be evaluated together as one overall proposal. Yesterday morning, the developers submitted a proposal that improved upon several of the variances, but we maintain that they're not sufficient. First, we submit that the proposal does not maintain the intent of the official plan. The official plan directs that development in established neighborhoods should respect and reinforce the existing physical character of the area, including prevailing big building types, heights, massing, setbacks, landscaped open space, and lot patterns. It requires that physical changes to established neighborhoods be sensitive and gradual, and we submit that this is not gradual. We have provided photographs of the surrounding neighborhood in the immediate context, which is where I live, to demonstrate that this section of Bering is characterized by detached homes, generous front setbacks, mature trees, and soft landscaping, and a consistent streetscape rhythm. In contrast, the proposal introduces 3 large rectangular buildings with heights of, I believe the new one is 11.54, which is increased from the allowable 10. Proposed front yard setbacks from the required 6.89, which is fairly consistently maintained for the detached dwellings in the immediate context, to the new, I guess, 4.2, which I think was just the improvement. We submit that this doesn't reinforce the prevailing physical character of the immediate context. Rather, it represents a substantial departure from it. Second, we submit that the proposal does not maintain the intent and purpose of the residential detached zoning standards. The purpose of these standards is not simply to regulate numbers on a drawing. The standards collectively help maintain appropriate building separation, privacy, landscaping, drainage, and compatibility between neighboring properties. The proposal seeks significant relief from many of the principal building standards that define the zoning framework for this area. I know that the zoning, it's not, the lot coverage is not meant to include the garden suites, but that is a significant concern for me as the adjacent property where there's a ton of soft landscaping that will be removed, and that infill, I feel, is a risk to our property. These standards exist for a reason, and when so many of them require relief at the same time, it raises a fundamental question about whether the proposed built form is consistent with the intent of the zoning bylaw. Third, we submit that the proposal is not desirable for the appropriate development of the land. The proposed form of development creates avoidable impacts on adjacent properties. As the immediate neighbor, we are particularly concerned about privacy, massing, and drainage impacts. The plans show 8 west-facing windows that would overlook our driveway, kitchen, rear yard, and upper floor windows, with 0 windows on the east-facing side. The extent of overlook created by the new buildings is materially different from the existing condition. We are also concerned about reductions in soft landscaping and increased lot coverage. Our property has experienced historic ponding, there's Islington clay around there, and basement flooding, and we believe reducing permeable ground area on this site creates additional risk and warrants careful scrutiny. Finally, we submit that the variances are not minor. Each individual variance may be presented as relatively small as an adjustment, but the committee must assess whether the overall impact is minor. Taken together, this proposal would transform a site that contained 1 detached home into 3 severed lots, 3 fourplexes, and 3 garden suites, housing between 15 and 75 individuals. The cumulative impact on built form, streetscape, landscaping, privacy, and neighborhood character are significant in our view and not minor. There are also some discrepancies between the plans that were submitted by the previous company the previous owners that had proposed certain tree surveys, and we're wondering if the committee here relies on accurate survey information in order to make their decisions, and we feel that you need that accurate information. Where there are discrepancies, they need to be resolved. So we respectfully request that the committee refuse the applications in their current form and request revised plans that better respect the official plan, the intent of the zoning bylaw, and the established character of the neighborhood. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions, comments from Ms. Validas? Okay, thank you very much. Take your seat. The next name I have on my list is Anna Tobia. Afternoon.
Is that okay? Thank you. There, that's better. Now you can hear me, right?
Yep.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Anna Tobia. I live at 1140 Islington Avenue. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I object to the proposal to build 3 fourplex buildings with a garden suite in the rear at 207, 209, and 211 Bering Avenue. That it is a total of 15 units on a lot that currently has 1 house. This will result in overdevelopment and overcrowding. I ask for your support in rejecting this proposal and going back to the original plan. Please build 3 family homes instead of 15 dorms. The following are the reasons for my objections. The proposal is incongruous to our neighborhood. Although the public hearing notice says minor variance, the requests are major. The applicant is requesting a total of 24 variances. When you read the various requests, you will see how major they are. With 207 Bering, they are asking to build a semi-detached building. We do not have any semi-detached building on that side of the street. The new build will be 5.65% over the maximum permitted lot coverage. The floor space for the new build will be 2.5 times bigger than the maximum allowed. These are not minor. The front yard setback will be half the required length. This means the new build layout does not respect the physical character. It will stick out from the current homes on that street. This will totally change the streetscape. The building height will be 2.27 meters higher than the maximum. That is 7.53 feet, essentially a 4th floor. The current house on that side of the street are 2 floors. Again, more shadows and loss of sunlight and privacy for the neighbors. Soft landscaping will be reduced by 10%. Where will the snow be piled? Where will the rain go? This could cause flooding to the street and neighborhood. Item 4 of Part 3 for 211 Bering says the minimum required side yard setback is 1.2 meters, but the new build will only be 0.45 meters. That's 1.57 feet. How will fire trucks get through? Because of the variances are so many, so significant, this will create undue impacts on the neighboring properties. These impacts are parking. Where will they park 15 cars? Even if tenants are told there is no parking, they will have guests, deliveries, utility companies. Where will they park? There is no parking on the street. Even as a rental unit with only 1 house on it, we have had their tenants park in our townhouse parking lot. With 15 units, this will increase the problem for us. Congestion. The street is already too congested. 211 Bering is at the corner of Islington and Bering. Traffic gridlock is the norm in the morning between 7 to 9 and again in the afternoon between 3 and 6. TTC buses go up and down Islington every couple of minutes. This is when children are walking to the neighboring 5 schools and taxpayers are walking to work or to wait for buses. Fire trucks drive down Bering to fuel up, plus the overflow of trucks from Chauncey use Bering as an alternative. I'm concerned if one of my neighbors needs an ambulance or police, emergency vehicles will not get there in time. Garbage. Where will they store 45 bins? Where will they put 30 bins on collection day? The lot is too small to handle this. Who will bring the bins to the curb and then bring them back in at the end of the day? Who will manage the buildings? Will there be a superintendent? Who will clean the snow from the sidewalk, mow the lawn, trim the trees, rake the leaves? The proposal is not conducive to the current real estate market and neighborhood. According to CBC, April 28, 2026, Toronto's rental vacancy reached 5.4% the first quarter of 2026. If we still have a housing shortage, fill the empty condos instead of building more shoeboxes. There is a similar build at 1115 Islington Avenue, which has affected the neighborhood in a negative way. During construction of that fourplex and the garden suite behind it, a total of 5 units, the builder...
You have about 20 seconds.
Okay, the builder blocked 1 lane of Islington daily for several months. Had they built 2 houses where there previously was 1, they could have kept the construction trucks on their property. The units are small, great for university dorms, but not useful in our family community. 1115 Islington has only 3 parking spots. The rental realtors telling people to park on nearby streets. Their future tenants...
Okay, you'll have to wrap up. You'll have to wrap up. Your time's over.
All right, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Just before you go, panel, questions, comments?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, sit down. Now, I think you said Janet Kennerell is not here or not available?
right, yeah.
That's correct.
Okay,
So we
so
can,
do we have anyone else?
yeah, so we can start with Joanne Thomas. Were you like to speak or were you just observing?
No, I'm okay. I think my neighbors have covered all the key points already, so I would just be repeating what they've already said.
Okay, no problem. If you'd like to receive a decision, just make sure there's a card that you can fill out. Jimena, would you like to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
Testing, okay. Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Jimena Ocio. I'm a resident of 45 Lobo Muse. I would like to focus on the issue of overdevelopment. And just to be clear, I don't oppose development in the city. I know every neighborhood is going to keep changing. But the applicant for 211 Bering Avenue has proposed a project that significantly exceeds the city planning framework with more than, I don't know, 10 to 12, I cannot keep count, requested variances. Probably to negotiate back to a version, and it just happened that they reduced already, a version that still results in an overcrowded and overbuilt development. In doing so, the proposal continues to fall short of several of the 4 statutory tests under the Planning Act, including whether these variances are truly minor and whether they maintain the intent of the zoning bylaw and official plan. The neighboring development at 1138 Islington Avenue, which is right next to it, was approved for another 30 units and originally 37 proposal, and is an example of the increasing density already impacting the area. Allowing additional developments that require similar variances risks compounding this overdevelopment and undermining the city planning framework. If this approach is accepted, public consultation risks becoming little more than a box-checking exercise. Residents participate in good faith, expecting that the planning policies and community input will meaningfully inform decisions. Approving proposals that remain fundamentally inconsistent with those policies undermines public confidence in the process. I respectfully urge the committee to uphold the integrity of the Planning Act by applying the 4 tests rigorously and refusing variances that do not clearly meet them. Doing so will protect both the planning framework and the public trust in it. I would also note that the applicant is currently the subject of a 3-related investigation. While that matter is separate from the application before this committee and should be considered independently, it reinforces the importance of a strict adherence to applicable laws. Thank you for your time, your service to the community, and your careful consideration of the concerns raised by local residents. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions or comments? Nope. Is there anyone else, Thomas?
Yes, Lewis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Luis Gisbert, 238 Bering Avenue. I am a resident of the Islington and Bering neighborhood. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. I want to begin by saying that I understand Toronto is facing a housing shortage. I recognize we need more housing, and I support thoughtful, well-planned development. This is not about opposing growth. It is about ensuring that growth is responsible, respects existing communities, and follows the planning principles the city has carefully developed. The proposal before you is concerning because it goes well beyond what was envisioned for this neighborhood. It is not simply about adding housing. It is about the cumulative impact of requesting numerous variances that, taken together, create a development that exceeds the standards established to protect both current and future residents. One of my biggest concerns is the impact on the neighborhood itself. These developments affect more than just one property. They affect sunlight, privacy, drainage, traffic, neighborhood character, and the quality of life of everyone who lives nearby. Each individual variance may appear modest, but together they significantly alter the scale and impact of a project. The application should be considered holistically, not as a collection of isolated numerical variances. This is why the planning process matters. The city's planning policies, zoning bylaws, and development standards exist for a reason. They were created through years of technical analysis, professional expertise, and public consultation. They represent a careful balance between accommodating growth and protecting the livability of our neighborhoods. I am also concerned about the loss of mature trees and green space. We have already seen situations where trees have been removed before approvals are finalized, and work has been carried out on weekends when city staff are less available to monitor compliance. Mature trees take decades to grow, yet they can disappear in a matter of hours. Once they are gone, they cannot simply be replaced with saplings and expect to provide the same environmental and community benefits. When developments routinely ask for exceptions to those standards, that balance begins to disappear. We have already seen numerous variances approved immediately next door at 1138 Islington Avenue. Whether each variance was considered reasonable on its own is not the only issue. The concern is the cumulative effect. If every new application seeks additional exceptions because similar exceptions were granted previously, each approval becomes the starting point for the next request. Over time, the planning standards that were intended to guide development become increasingly difficult to uphold, and neighborhoods experience a level of intensification that was never originally envisioned. I would like to leave you with one final thought. If developers can simply request approval for significant variances whenever the established rules do not suit their project, what is the purpose of having those rules in the first place? The city's limitations on height, setbacks, density, landscaping, tree preservation, and parking were not created arbitrarily. When these limits are routinely exceeded through variances, they gradually lose their meaning. The zoning bylaw would effectively be rewritten. Variances are intended to address unique circumstances, not become the standard to approach development. I respectfully ask that you uphold the planning principles the city has already established and ensure that variances remain the exception, not the expectation. Responsible growth depends not only on building more housing, but on maintaining public confidence that the rules governing development are meaningful, applied consistently, and not eroded by a succession of exceptions. Thank you for your time, your consideration, and for your commitment to making decisions that serve both today's housing needs and the long-term health of our communities.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Panel, any questions or comments for the gentleman? No?
Thank you.
Thomas, do we have anyone else that wishes to speak to this item?
I don't think so. I think we covered everybody.
There's no one at home?
Nope.
Okay. So, Ms. Stewart, you now have 5 minutes to rebut what you've just heard.
Okay. Thank you very much. So through you, Mr. Chair, I'll cover all of the issues that I've heard. I think in terms of, I'll start with the broader overarching concept of overdevelopment because I've heard that. Again, I have to reiterate that these 3 lots already exist. The construction of a 4-plex on each of these lots plus a garden suite. So 5 units in total, 15 units across the 3 lots. That's something that doesn't need a variance that can be done with a building permit. So the number of units, the number of units that are proposed to be built is permitted as of right. What the variances will allow is they will facilitate the construction of those units all being 3-bedroom units. And that is a good thing. That's not a bad thing. That's a planning objective that we should seek to achieve. They're not bedrooms where, you can fit a single bed and a nightstand. They are large family-sized units where people will actually be able to become part of this neighborhood and live and rent and be able to walk up and down stairs to get out into the neighborhood where they live. So this is serving a different housing objective that is something, frankly, that is under proposed throughout the city of Toronto. It's also under proposed in this neighborhood. With respect to the policy tests that we have to look at, the official plan, I mean, I did hear reference to policy 4.1.5 and about respecting and reinforcing prevailing physical character. That isn't applicable to multiplex development. When we're looking at multiplex development, we have to look at the SASP 826, and the question is whether or not what is proposed will maintain that low-rise physical character of the neighborhood. And these are three-story multiplex dwellings that absolutely do achieve that objective. So we're not asked to look at whether or not there exists already semi-detached multiplexes. Of course there don't, because this is a relatively new form of proposal that is permitted, and this is what we're seeing be built. So this is something that we should want to achieve. I also didn't say this at the beginning, I'm saying it now, that this site is 800 meters, walking distance, 800 meters to Islington Station. So even though it's not in an MTSA, it doesn't need to be in an MTSA. This is still within an easy, comfortable 10-minute walk of the subway, in addition to being right beside Islington, where there is frequent transit service. So it's a location that is absolutely prime. It's not a neighborhood that is composed primarily or predominantly of single detached dwellings. It's a neighborhood where we already have this mix of building types and mix of heights, in addition to, of course, the industrial properties that are sprinkled in and then located further to the west. So in terms of location, I think this is not overdevelopment. It's, in fact, optimal development. When we look at some of the more specific concerns, and this is where I'll address some of the conditions that I spoke to with Ms. Velitis outside. So one of the impacts that I heard from her directly as a next door neighbor is with respect to privacy. Now, of course, there is an adequate side yard setback on that side. She also has a generous side yard setback. But that being said, we recognize that there are 8 west-facing windows. They're all proposed to be bedroom windows. But nonetheless, my client is agreeable to a condition requiring those windows to be frosted, the windows on the west wall. I would leave it in your hands whether or not the committee feels that's necessary at the ground floor or the basement floor. It's that level of windows doesn't create overlook. Certainly second floor and third floor could, but my client is prepared to frost them all if that is perceived to be desirable and appropriate. With respect to the landscaping and the coverage, et cetera, the landscaping variances are really quite minimal in terms of numeric magnitude. It's a very minor departure from the soft landscaping requirements. And I will say that part of that is attributed to the fact that there are exit stairs that are not counted towards soft landscaping, but those stairs are permeable. My clients also use permeable paving for all of the walkways on the site, and they have no concern with the condition being imposed to require permeable pavers on the site. And obviously this isn't a concern that has been raised by the ECS department. There's no concern there or from land use planning. With respect to, I heard about sun, shadow, and loss of privacy. There is a minor height variance, that is true, but the building roof line is masked or manipulated in a way to have dormers and roof lines that are sloping away from the front and the rear. So that is something that is intended to mitigate the additional height. And of course, that additional height allows for all of those units to be livable. The basement units have, generous windows that bring light into those basement apartments. The floor to space ceiling height, it's shown as 9 feet on the plans, but it's really a little less than 9 feet because what they do is use insulation and better insulation than what is required. So those are building mechanisms to provide for green building and soundproofing. The other thing that I heard referenced...
But you have to wrap very quickly.
Yes, I will wrap very quickly. 2 things. So I heard garbage being a concern. I would like to assure everyone that garbage collection is carried out by a professional property manager, but I did hear a suggestion earlier in the day that there would be a condition imposed requiring garbage bins to be enclosed. We wouldn't have a problem with that. That's something that can be done, stored in an enclosed shed, and we've done that in the past as well. And then the last thing I will say is with respect to the trees, and I did hear mention of a tree investigation. I did see something about a notice of an investigation of 1 tree. What I can tell you is that my clients have worked with urban forestry throughout this application. If there is that open investigation, it's a separate matter that is being obviously taken care of by urban forestry through a different forum. In this forum, there are 11 mature trees that are in the rear yard or the front yard of these 3 properties. Those 11 mature trees are going to be preserved. My clients have worked with forestry. They have included a staff report, so they've obviously not raised any concern with respect to.
Okay, sorry, but you're not rebutting any evidence that was given by the speakers.
I'm sorry, I just heard reference to trees. So in any event, 11 mature trees that exist on or in front of the site today, they're going to be preserved. Okay, and so I think I'm forgetting one thing. Yes, I did speak with Ms. Velitis about a fence as well, and I don't know if the committee is inclined to put that as a condition. My clients are prepared to build a fence on the common property line so that she has a nice wood privacy fence to the max height that's permitted. So we're more than prepared to work with the neighbors. Yeah, so I think those conditions, just to recap, are for permeable pavers, waste enclosure, waste storage to be enclosed, and on the west wall, the west elevation of 211, windows to be frosted. So I think I've addressed everything, but if you have any questions, those are my comments.
Are there any questions before? Yep.
Okay.
Mr. Kumar.
I want to come back to front yard setbacks.
Yes, sir.
You're saying you're not requiring a variance for front yard setback for which address?
Sorry, which address? That's part 1, 211.
211.
Yeah.
Okay, but is it not the same setback as the other 2 properties?
It's similar. It's not exactly the same. I think but within centimeters, it is similar. But in the previous minor variance application for 211, there was an approved front yard setback that was just a little bit less, so a little closer to the street than what is proposed here. So that setback has already been approved.
Oh, so you've got prior approval for it. So that's why you don't require it.
Yes, I mean, we had initially included that as part of the application, but that was the question in the zoning notice
But you don't have
this week.
approval for street address 207 and 209.
That's, I assume to be true, because it's still identified as a variance in those, yes.
Correct.
Yeah.
And so my question with regard to front yard setback, because I notice it isn't, I mean, the immediate neighbor at 213 is set back further than any one of your 3 proposals. So I wanted to find out what examples you have in that neighborhood of comparable setbacks to what you're proposing.
Right. So, I mean, first of all, the approval itself on the subject site of 211 is for a small, I believe it was 4.19 meters that was approved by the previous Committee of Adjustment. I'd have to pull it up.
I'll find out.
But in any event, so there's already an approval that could be built as of right. But I think the more important point is to look at what the intention of front yard setback variance, what the intention of the standard is, and it's to provide a transition between the adjacent neighbors. And so in this case, because there's now an apartment building approved on the site immediately to the east of 207, that apartment building has a side yard setback to Bering of 1.5 meters. So
That's on Islington, right?
It is, but we're talking about the separation of the building to Bering. So it's meant to provide that bit of stepping transition to allow for this property to be a little bit closer.
Yeah, but it also speaks to the character of the street in terms of, being consistent. And that's why I ask for.
Okay, I mean, I don't have front yard setback dimensions to show you. What I can indicate, sir, is that the character of this street, and we can see that on the property data map, we can see it on the maps that Mr. Chan has produced in his covering planning rationale. This is not a street that has uniform setbacks, and of course, we've got the townhouse dwellings, we've got a number of buildings that are already set closer to the street, further back from the street. What we have here is 213, which has a front yard setback of 6.89 meters. Then immediately to the east, we have the apartment building that's been approved at 6 stories, and it will sit 1.5 meters from Bering. So that is the character that is seen on Bering. And this is a slightly closer building footprint to the street.
Yeah, so you're saying it's a fair transition from the single-family dwellings to the west, as opposed to coming up to Islington.
Yeah, I think it is. And keep in mind as well that planning staff looked at this. They didn't have a concern with the front yard setbacks as they were proposed.
Sometimes they don't, but I do.
But no, I understand. All I'm suggesting is that we've improved them even beyond that. So the changes that were made post discussions with planning staff, once we saw all of the comments from residents, et cetera, those changes further improved that front yard setback, took some of that building area from the front yard. So I think.
Yeah, no, I understand that you've reduced those variances.
Yeah, I think it is an improvement, but in any event, I don't think there was a concern with it at the outset. I think the intention is to allow that transition. And again, if 211 were built in accordance with that first approval, 211 could have a closer front yard setback. That would change the front yard setback standard.
Requirement for the other two.
Yeah, and for 213 as well, right? This also facilitates the future evolution of the street. I think that front yard setbacks are not meant under this bylaw to be a static requirement. They're meant to adjust to the built form conditions. And in this case, that setback allows for
No, I understand that, but
Yeah.
what prompted me to ask that question was when I look at your site plan, anyone who requests a front yard setback variance, I always compare the two adjacent properties.
Yep.
And, are they reasonable? Is it on a curve? Is it going in the right direction? So you've answered my question.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I understand. Thank you.
Thanks. Are there any other questions or comments? Okay, I think then we can go into committee for some discussion. It's a rather complex one. You can
Sorry,
sit down.
I do have another question.
Oh, another question.
So you were touting because this one really, I'm sitting either way on this one. So you were touting the benefits of the 3-bedroom units. So would your clients be opposed in the event of approval that there be a condition that all units be 3 bedrooms?
I don't think so, but I'm going to turn around and ask. That's no concerns with that at all. Absolutely. That's the intention, to build them.
Sorry, that concludes my questions.
That concludes your question.
Thank
There
you.
are no more questions? Okay, you can take your seat, and we're going to go into committee now and discuss your proposal and make a decision.
Sure, I can kick off some discussion here. I think on the surface of it, this does seem like a very major application, going from 1 unit to 15 units. But I think we have to remember that the 15 units are pretty much already allowed. There's no variance for units here. So just starting it off with that.
Yeah, the 3 lots were established in May 2024, at which time there were a long list of variances granted to the 3 lots. I'm just looking at some of the more significant changes.
I think from the perspective of the neighborhood, what the residents are seeing is an approved application for 3 single-family homes, and then all the
3 single-family homes.
Yeah, 3 single. That was what was approved currently under the severance, and from that we're moving to 15 units. So there is a little bit of a sticker shock for sure.
It's different.
And then the other side of that is if you look at any one of these individually, yes, there's a fair bit of there's a number of variances for each one. But again, because you're looking at all 3, if you're looking at an application with 7 variances, that's one thing, but now we're looking at 3 applications with 7 variances. So the cumulative effect seems a lot.
Yeah, and I noticed that we approved an FSI for each of these 3 lots at 0.6.
Yeah.
And it's now 1.1, so almost double.
That's a big difference.
That's a big difference. Front yard setback has been reduced from what was approved. There was no building height variance granted in 2024, but there's a 2 meter beyond the allowable height.
But there's
So
no,
yeah, these are bigger buildings, taller, closer together, deeper.
but there's no FSI variance because it's multiplex. Isn't that not correct? Or am I missing something here?
No, they have variance number 3.
Okay, I'm looking at additional materials revised. Oh, let me come back to that.
I think not for the detached, but it's for the semi.
Oh, for the semis, okay. So there's no FSI variance for the detached because the multiplex is a permitted form in a detached, but it's not in the semi. And that's why okay,
Yeah, that's it.
that's what it is, okay. I was trying to see where's the inconsistency on that, got it.
Anybody else want to weigh in?
My comment is that I think it's admirable to have 3-bedroom units. I think that does support the notion of family purpose-built rentals. Having said that, I agree with the comment already made that the transition from severance to 3 family units, 3 single-family units now to 15, yeah, is a big leap.
Want to say anything? You don't have to.
Yeah. I would say I'm leaning towards approving all 3. I think so. They're different. I think very easily I would approve the non-semi. There's no FSI. That's a very straightforward approval in my eyes. I think maybe what's not as straightforward is the application for the two semis, in the sense that there is a FSI change there, and I know we've approved today another multiplex with the FSI issues. But I think in that, I do think they're a bit different. So I'm just trying to think that out. But I don't know how we want to separate this out. If we want to, how we want to approve these. If it's approving them individually.
Well, you could frame a motion any way you want. You can separate.
They're separate items.
Yeah. Any thoughts to share, Ms. Ruddock? Or? Okay. So are we ready for a motion or 2 motions maybe?
I think that's my struggle as well. I don't think I'd have an issue approving item 14, but it's the other 2 because those numbers still come into play. And it just, I can't define that variance as minor. I think it's the struggle you had.
I think that said, I do, given where the context of the site, given the evolution of the site, given all the existing built uses, and given the work that's gone into this in terms of the working with neighbors, working with planning, these are appropriate and these are desirable. So I guess the question comes down to are they minor? And I think they are. I think given everything I've said, I still do think they are minor.
Yeah, I think it meets most of the tests. I'm struggling with one. Yeah.
FSI?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too.
But, it's a mirror image on the other 2 properties. That's the struggle. And it is a transition to Islington. So,
All right, okay. I can kick this off then, if no one else is. I will bring a motion, and I think we'll split this up so we can do item 13 first, which I believe is the detached fourplex. And
12 and 13, no? Oh, 13 is the
13.
detached. Yeah, you're right. It's weird the way they set this up. Yeah.
Yeah. So that will be the one. So motion to approve item 13 with, I guess, do we want the garbage condition and the
Frosted window,
window, yeah, for that one.
permeable pavers, and urban forestry condition 2.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I don't understand the conditions.
I'm just referring to Ms. Stewart's commitment to, through her negotiations with one of the neighbors, talked about permeable pavers, I believe a frosted window.
But where?
Frosted windows on the
Maybe-
west
let's break
elevation.
out a committee and get a clarification from Ms.
Frosted
Stewart.
windows are on the west elevation.
So
Okay.
all of the windows on the west elevation?
Second floor.
Second,
Everything
yeah.
above the
Frosted windows on the second floor of the west elevation.
second, is there third floor, are there third floor windows?
Sorry?
Are there third floor windows?
I don't know.
I would say frosted windows on everything above the ground floor.
All of them, okay.
And there was a commitment to
Sorry,
provide
which side?
on the west
West.
elevation of property 211 bearing item 13.
Part 3,
Okay, so frosted windows on the second and third floors?
And to provide an enclosure for garbage and recycling bins on site.
and she mentioned a fence too, but I would determine that that's a civil matter and they can sort out whatever they want on a fence. We're not gonna impose a condition on that, no.
So refuse bin enclosure on the site?
Are we adding in the commitment to the 3-bedroom units?
Though those are shown on the plans.
Yeah, they are, but that doesn't mean they have to build them that way once they get
Well,
the
you can
variance
tie
approval.
it to the floor plans as it relates to the number of bedrooms. Yes?
Yep.
Okay. That's kind of restrictive. I just thought, just restrict it to 3. Okay, whatever. You okay? Okay. Tie it to the floor
Right,
plan.
so yeah, I would move that motion with the conditions stated.
Okay, so forestry, frosted windows on the west elevation, refuse bins tied to floor plans as it relates to number of
Bedrooms.
And the permeable pavers?
And the what? We have permeable pavers
For the walkways.
for the walkway.
Where's the walkway, just?
Well, the walkway leading to the garden suite.
And just to be clear, this is with reference to the revised
Yes.
application. Okay, so we're solid to make them,
We still need a seconder, which I will do.
yep, no problem.
This is
Yes.
item 13.
And forestry, that has forestry.
Yes.
Forestry too. You good to proceed? So you're happy with that motion with the, okay. So we have a motion to approve item 13, 211 Bering Avenue, Part 3, with conditions. Is there a seconder?
Yeah, me.
All in favor? Okay, that's unanimously approved. Now we go back to items 12 and 14. And I think as we've discussed, the only reason the FSI, which is problematic to you and me, and it's only because it's semis.
Yeah.
If these were detached houses, they'd be exactly like 13.
Well, the variance wouldn't exist. I mean, the massing would still exist.
Yeah, exactly.
I think given that, I would move a motion here to approve these as well. I think it's a technical amendment. It is minor. So for that reason, would move a motion to approve 12 and 14.
12 and 14.
Yes, with the same garbage and the same Yeah, the same garbage and the same 3-bedroom condition, just for
And the
consistency.
permeable pavers for
And
the walkway?
And the permeable pavers to the walkway and the.
No enclosed waste and no frosted windows.
Yes.
Enclosed waste.
We want enclosed waste?
Yeah,
too?
yeah. We don't want the bins rolling.
You okay with
around.
that?
Yes,
Mr. Adam?
and then the forestry condition too.
And
Yeah, so it's forestry condition 2 on number 14 and 2 and 3 on number 12.
So yeah, 2 and 3. Thank you for that.
So no frosted windows needed for these.
No. So that's a solid motion then? Need a seconder?
Yeah, I'll approve that.
3 bedrooms, minimum, yep. Okay, so all in favor? Opposed? Okay, that's items 12 and 14 are approved by a vote of 4 to 1.
So the conditions for 12 and 14 are forestry 2 and 3 for item 12, forestry 2 for item 14, and both have garbage, 3-bedroom permeable pavers, and closed waste as amended for both of them. Yes, thank you.
And floor plans tied to 3-bedroom units. Oh, she did, okay, sorry.
Okay.
Again, for any of the speakers that spoke, if you want to get a decision, you must sign a card. They're just on that table over there.
I didn't.
Okay, so,
I didn't think I'd be approving that.
yeah, it's weird, eh?
I think we just have a few more left.
Yeah, we have a few left,
Yeah, might as well finish it up.
and they look straightforward to me. Yes, and 18's been dealt with. So we're now going to look at 16.
16, 17, and 19.
That's it.
Yeah, we're about there.
Yeah.
So
16?
Yep, I'm just going to summarize it here. We'll be having lunch at 2:30, roughly. Okay, item 16 is 31 Riverhead Drive. Purpose is to construct a new deck in the rear yard. There's one variance. We have 2 letters of support. No, we don't.
Yeah, support petition.
Oh, yeah, support petition additional. And we have TRCA is okay and ravine and natural features is okay. Don't believe we need a presentation. All okay with that? Let's just see if Agent Chris KEELE agrees with us. Chris KEELE? Oh, hi. Yeah, so we've just agreed we don't really need a presentation from you, but if you'd be okay just to stand there in case we have a question? Perfect.
Can you just turn the microphone on?
And lift it up closer to your mouth.
Do you want me? Yeah, I'm fine.
Any questions?
Nope.
Okay. Can we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to approve this application. I'll make a motion to approve this application. I believe it is consistent with the 4 tests. I see no conditions from Ravine or TRCA or anybody else.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. Is there a seconder?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms. Ruddock. All in favor? That's approved unanimously. Thank you for coming out.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
So, Mr. Chair, for the next one, we do have the agent online. I did check in Helen. They were a call-in, but they are currently offline.
So they're not available? Okay.
The agent's available,
we
just
are speaking.
the area resident that signed up was online, but they're not currently.
Okay, item 17, 29 Strath Avenue, purposes to construct a two-story rear and east side addition and a partial third-story addition. 3 variances. Panel, maybe we treat this as straightforward. There are 2 support letters and a presentation, which I will try and ask the agent to not deliver. Ty or Tay Riok is the agent.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Tay Ruck. I am the planner for the owners of the property at 29 Strath. I'm at 18 Young.
Okay, thank you. So we've just decided as a panel that your application is very straightforward and we don't require a presentation. Are you okay with that?
I am, sir. However, I would like the opportunity to respond if the neighbor is able to get back online after they provide their comments or their presentation. But if you have any questions at this time, I'd be glad to answer.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, okay, well, we'll just see. Are there any questions, comments? Okay, so we're not connecting with Ms. Trotzluck. So let's go into committee and make a decision. What?
Sorry, just want to clarify that the person wasn't one of the support petitioners that we lost. There's two letters of support.
So the address was listed at
Yeah,
426
there's
Prince
2 letters
Edward.
of support, but we have a sort of a registered participant named Helen Trocklock who's not available.
That's just what I wanted to clarify. Thanks.
Yeah. Okay, so can we go into committee for a motion then?
I'll make that motion, Mr. Chair. I move to approve this application. I see no conditions. I do note that there are 2 neighbors in support, and that's the end of the motion.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. Is there a seconder for Ms. Popovic's motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Komorek. All in favor? That's approved unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Final item on this morning's agenda is item 19, 20 CLISSOLD Road. Purpose is to permit a temporary parking pad in the front yard during the laneway closure to facilitate the development of 3429 Bloor Street West. And this permission was granted for 3 years on May 11th of 2023. We have 1 agency comment, and that's from Transportation Review, who is okay with an additional 3-year extension. And we have a registered speaker on this one, Santino Gianvecchio.
So
correct?
I don't have Santino, but I do have an Alessandro. I believe they live in the same residence.
3391 Bloor?
Yes, so the
You
last name.
do have somebody waiting to speak then?
Yeah, so we have the agent and then 1 person. that
Okay,
would
so let's hear from the agent. Scott Jackson.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
Hi. Yeah, my name's Scott Jackson. I'm here on behalf of the owner for 20 CLISSOLD Road. I also work for the developer of 3429 Bloor Street. We're developing the 18-story seniors retirement home just to the north of 20 CLISSOLD and just to the north of the laneway.
Sorry,
we're looking.
What is your business address, please?
5290 Young Street.
Unit 210.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Carry on.
We're looking to use the laneway for construction staging and access purposes. This will help, it'll be a benefit to the community in that we can avoid trucks and deliveries on CLISSOLD and Green Lanes. But in order for us to use that laneway, the current driveway for 20 CLISSOLD is off of that laneway. You can see there on the top left corner there. And we're looking to move that driveway to the front along the CLISSOLD frontage. As you mentioned, we did obtain this variance 3 years ago, but the project did stall for a number of years. We're now looking to start construction in November of this year. And so we're looking for this variance on a temporary basis for 3 more years as we proceed with construction.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay, can we invite the speaker then?
Alessandro, can you hear us?
Yeah, or can you hear me?
Yep.
Just a few questions. I'm the property manager adjacent to this property. It's a condo
We need
unit.
your name and address.
Sure, it's Alessandro Santino Gianvecchio. Address is 3391 Bloor Street West, Toronto, Ontario, M8X1G3.
Okay, and sorry, where's your building?
It's adjacent to this property. And just a question, it's the
East,
laneway-
west, north, south? How adjacent? Is it at CLISSOLD and Bloor?
Yes, yes. We're right at the corner. We're right at the corner of Bloor and Islington. So
Okay.
the next street over is
Southwest corner.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. So this is
Just
kitty corner to your property.
Yeah, kitty corner. Yeah. So just a question: the laneway actually expected to be restored. How long would that take? I know you're saying temporary, but is it going to be like another 3 years or?
Well, according to the applicant, they want another 3 years. But you can, Mr. Jackson will have an opportunity to address your question. Do you have any others?
Other than that, not really, but I just like to know the time frame, that's all.
Okay, well, we'll invite Mr. Jackson to answer that question then. Mr. Jackson?
Alessandro. Well, I mean, as part of our entrance to the building is to the new development is actually off the laneway. So we're going to want that laneway complete by the time of occupancy, which we're anticipating at about 36 months.
Yeah.
So 3 years.
Right. Okay, any other questions for Mr. Jackson?
You might want more than 3 years.
Well, yeah, and I guess we'd be agreeable. I mean, rather than.
How comfortable are you with 3 years that you won't have to come back here in 3 years?
Well, I would love a buffer of an extra year, but transportation services, I think, was the recommendation for 3 years. Hey, look, I would ask for an additional year if it would be granted, but we can work within 3 years, and if we have to come back for an extra year, then so be it.
Okay. Well, I'd be quite content to make a 4-year extension so we don't have to deal with it again. Not that I don't like.
Transportation says no longer than 3 years. I don't know what if the site, any changes are going to be in the site at year 3. So I'd rather go with the 3 years.
Okay.
Requested.
Do you want to make a motion then?
Sure. I'll move that we accept this application. It's minor in nature, consistent with the 4 tests, to approve an additional 3 years.
Okay, is there a seconder for Ms. Roddick's motion?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Ms. Popovic. All in favor? That's unanimously approved. Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Thank you, Mr. Gianvecchio. And the morning session is now complete. And the afternoon session was scheduled to start at 1, but obviously that's not going to happen. Shall we say 3:30? To
I
start
think
the one?
3:15.
3:15?
Yep.
Okay. All righty. See you at 3:50.
So we'll just ask everyone to clear the room. Thank you.